Da, 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 da. Wow, my hair looks so good today. Am I? Am I really? Okay, activate live in public. I don't see any. Let's just try this. See if it'll pop up. Test. Hello? God. Chat is not loading for me. Okay, I see Gem Cloud, but not my own messages on here. All right, well, guess it's working. It's very annoying, though, that I can't be in my own chat. That feels like a pretty big oversight. Whoa, this? There's nowhere to type. Hello, everybody. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. All right, I see chatters. I don't see my message, though. Definitely did not work. Conrad! Congrats on community college. Kamala. Let's find out if Kamala's a yikes today, okay, guys? What? I'm not even seeing. Oh, this is literally not. See how this is? Oh, you can't see. It's literally not. This is, I don't know what it is. I guess I can just go to my own stream here. Okay, I can just pop it out here, I guess. All right. I don't know if we have anyone in Twitch, but I just want to make sure the chat's working. Not Twitter. Oh, okay. Okay, sweet. Okay.
Well, need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide.
All right,
with me
hello everyone.
Like 550 on the 5 sticky.
Hello. I'm gonna do my best to
That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right?
balance my audio better today, okay?
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
Okay, so as many of you already know, Biden is out, Kamala is in, and I need to dye my roots. We're finding out all sorts of fun things today. Okay, so today is probably going to be a little bit more boring because I will want to see who she is, basically. IRA is live. Good job. Kamala. The first thing I was told to watch is Kamala versus Bill Barr. I have a feeling that's going to be like her at her best, though. And it was only 8 minutes. Yeah, this is probably like literally the best of the best.
Thank you, Mr.
And it was 5 years ago, so I'm not sure that that's like the best example. Can we just AOC? I don't know. AOC like appeals a lot to younger people, but I know that there's like a pretty big fraction within the Democratic Party between like basically the old guard and the new guard. So it'd be smart of Kamala to maybe pick somebody in the AOC camp, but I don't know. I need to relook into AOC. I was really unimpressed with her when she like first kind of started popping off, but her Instagram live and her response to the Biden stuff, I've been increasingly impressed with her, but I don't know if that's just because she's becoming a better politician.
To support you? Twitch sub? Patreon? Thanks.
Patreon gives me the most, but also you should decide. I think people should decide based on the rewards. If you don't care about any of the like things that you unlock, Patreon will get the most amount of money. YouTube, you'll get like your name will be a color and you'll get emotes. Twitch, you'll get emotes as well and no ads. Twitch, if you have Amazon Prime, is just free though. You can just give me a Prime donation. Just type !Prime in my chat and it should pop up for you. Your Trump titles, my Twitch title. I know I need to manually change all of my titles now. I'll get to it. All right. I'll get to it.
Chairman, Attorney General Barr, has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone?
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
Could you repeat that question?
I will repeat it.
Yeah.
Has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir?
The president or anybody else?
Are me and Destiny still friends? Yes, me and Destiny.
Seems you'd remember something like that and be able to tell us.
Yeah, but I'm trying to grapple with the word suggest. I mean, there have been discussions of matters out there that they have not asked.
How long have the Dems got to get their shit together? 3 months? Well, the election is what, November 4th, 5th? It's that Monday of the first week. November 4th, right? That's when the election is. So they've got about 3.5 months. And this is something that I think everyone... Oh, weird. Okay, you guys can hear me here. I'll just copy this audio. Check, check, check. There we go. Ha ha. Okay, to understand political funding, it's really important to think about basically, and just to be clear, this is my understanding that I've come to in like the past little bit, because while I haven't been streaming, I have been reading and learning, okay? Not only do I get an opportunity through Bridges to talk to like extremely expertise, knowledgeable people, I've also been just spending a lot of time reading to prep for my interviews, but also I have decided I'm obsessed with the political electoral system. I don't know why. I have no idea. I just love it. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. And I also have a good friend of the stream, the liberal professor. He's actually a YouTuber as well. So check out his videos. But I ask him questions constantly about the electoral system, and he gives me reading recommendations and explains things to me. He's awesome. But anyways, to think about political funding, right? The reason why the incumbent is so typically the precedent to select for the next upcoming election is because the ads that you paid for, say you paid like $180 million in ads and PR and promotion in 2020 for Biden, in 2024, an amount of that money is still going to benefit you today. There's going to be things from 2020 that are still decently true about Biden now. His policy record, for example, like his bipartisan policy record, his work under Obama, all of that stuff was promoted in 2020, and it's still fundamentally relevant to today, which is why it can be really beneficial to select an incumbent, because your money is basically paying double. It's like a YouTube content creator. If you have videos from a year ago, if you bring on, for example, like a new editor, one of the biggest things that can be difficult in a rev exchange is that the new editor gets benefited from all the previous editors because they get to accrue all the wealth that they weren't a part of. Because a year later, as long as a few people are watching some of my old videos, for example, I'll get a small amount of income from those videos. It's the same with like political advertising money, which is why, unfortunately, so many people were resistant to Biden leaving, is in large part he's super stable. He is a classic politician. Like, he knows the political game inside and out. And you can even see it in how he stepped down. But this is why people were so resistant, because now for Kamala, all the money that's been raised to him will have to pivot to her. But there are going to be legal barriers for how they do that, right? But also, she's a decently unknown candidate, so a lot of money is going to have to be spent to build up her PR, and it has to happen like now. But the problem with a lot of these political funding orgs is they're super slow. They move very slowly. And so that's like the big nervousness about this new incumbent, is basically, can you get out good PR of her quickly enough? And obviously, I'm a lot more bipartisan. My biggest question is she worth a good PR? I don't know. I have no idea. It's not actually a new look, all right? You just haven't seen me in a long time. Looks good though, hey? Kamala's chances are incredibly slim. Yeah, I'm not confident on Kamala. I was really hoping he would elect somebody else because of how poorly she did in her primaries. She's just not the most electable person. You say it's Joe over. I say it's commencing. That's a good one. I don't mind that one. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he selected Harris. He kind of had to, but also she's pretty unelectable. And what we saw with, this is the problem, this is my biggest criticism of Democrats consistently, is that they keep selecting deeply unelectable individuals. And I know why they do, which is that they appeal to their like solid voter base of like older Democrats, but they're just like, Clinton was so deeply unelectable. So what happened exactly? So as you guys know, Biden stepped down today. He is no longer in the presidential race. He is going to complete his term towards November, and now he has endorsed Kamala Harris. That doesn't mean that she is now the potential elect. She's just been endorsed by Biden, and it's reasonable to assume that the DNC will get behind Kamala, but we'll see. I mean, probably in Biden's, as like a standard politician, probably one of the biggest things that Biden was thinking about in his stand down and his team was how to prevent fracturing within the Democratic Party, which is why he needed to nominate somebody, and he needed to nominate somebody that offered stability. So his VP just makes the most sense, even though I think she's like a lot less electable than other candidates, which is super unfortunate. So there will probably be, I expect to see a fair bit of infighting amongst the left for the best possible person, which will probably be wrestled out probably at the DNC in August, but we'll see.
Me to open up.
Which is the Democratic National Convention, for those who are unawares. So this is from 5 years ago. Somebody told me to watch it to like see Kamala at her best. There obviously might be another presidential debate, so this will be super interesting to see. Can't wait for Kamala as VP to ratify her only fake electors. Only her fake electors. Okay. Ed Penny, I think you're a little brain rotted. I think you've been spending too much time in spicy, all right?
Investigation, but
Perhaps they've suggested,
I don't know. I wouldn't say suggest.
hinted,
I don't know.
inferred. You don't know. Okay. In your March 24th summary, you wrote that, quote, after reviewing the special counsel's final report.
But I will say that no one.
Sir, I'm asking a question. In your March 24th summary, you wrote that, quote, after reviewing the special counsel's final report, Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein and I have concluded that the evidence is not sufficient to establish that the president committed an obstruction of justice offense. Now, the special counsel's investigation produced a great deal of evidence. I'm led to believe it included witnesses' notes.
This video is about the Mueller report. Here, I'll just quickly. Which is the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. That's what the Mueller report is. So people at that time thought Trump was colluding with Russia, blah, 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 blah. So that's what this is.
And emails, witnesses' congressional testimony, witnesses' interviews, which were summarized in the FBI 302 forms, former FBI Director Comey's memos, and the president's public statements. My question is, in reaching your conclusion, did you personally review all of the underlying evidence?
No, we took and accepted. We accepted.
Did Mr. Rosenstein?
No, we accepted the statements in the report as the factual record. We did not go underneath it to see whether or not they were accurate. We accepted it as accurate and made our.
So you accepted the report as the evidence?
Yes.
You did not question or look at the underlying evidence that supports the conclusions in the report?
No.
Did Mr. Rosenstein review the evidence that underlines and supports the conclusions?
So interesting. Okay, so the Clintons have already endorsed Harris. Obama hasn't yet. Interested to see if he does. And I don't know if anyone has stepped up. And yeah, she's got to now spend all of her time fundraising. Received enthusiastic support. The event raised $2 million. Harris highlighted her record on LGBTQ issues and quoted Harvey Milk stating, "Hope will never be silent, and neither will we." There's nothing that's like more icky to me about any election, which is the amount of time that any candidate has to spend just trying to raise money versus like deep diving good policy and researching, but whatever. Michelle Obama would be a better candidate. Yeah, but there's no way. Like the problem is that Michelle Obama isn't, because when you're electing a leader of your party, it's not just somebody that people will vote for, it's also somebody that the DNC will rally behind. You need like both of these things. Because you need a House and a Senate that will support your executive branch to some degree. So if you get a president that the House broadly doesn't support and has like low trust in, that is like nightmare fuel, which is like a weird thing. I don't know. You just gotta, I don't know. Learning about electoral systems has been fascinating to be like, oh, this is why. It's honestly the best thing for my like conspiracy brain has been learning about electoral systems and how they work. Trump didn't have that, but that's a fair point. Kamala has already started campaigning, so fingers crossed. Yeah, I mean, she's already campaigning. I'm curious to see if anybody else will come out.
Conclusions in the report, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. We accepted the statements in the report,
Did
and
anyone
the characterization of the evidence is true.
Did anyone in your executive office review the evidence supporting the report?
No.
No. Yet you represented to the American public that the evidence was not, quote, sufficient to support an obstruction of justice offense.
The evidence presented in the report. This is not a mysterious process. In the Department of Justice, we have pros memos and declination memos every day coming up. And we don't go and look at the underlying evidence.
Sir, would you
we
support
take the characterization of the evidence as true?
As the Attorney General of the United States, you run the United States Department of Justice. If in any U.S. Attorney's office around the country...
God, I'm a little nervous. So this thing that we're listening to is from 5 years ago. It's her questioning basically Bill Barr, an Attorney General, about the Mueller report. And somebody pointed this out to me and being like, this is Kamala at her best. She's such a strong debater. But remember, this is not a debate. And all of the power's in her hands because she can tell him when to shut up. She can tell him when he doesn't do a good job. I don't know, man. I'm not blown away. And just to be clear, I'm particularly bipartisan. I am, at this point, an American immigrant, right? I am immigrating to America, but I obviously want Harris to earn it. And this makes me nervous if this is like her best. Does somebody have anything else? Because this is like a stacked house for her. And even then, like, she's doing okay, but mostly he's just doing really miserably, which isn't like what I'm looking for. Am I unsettled about Pelosi? Let's see. Thanks, Biden, for his service. I mean, I am unsettled by Nancy Pelosi, okay? I'm just tired of people being like walking corpses and being like, vote for me! And it's just like, ah. Okay, please don't teach other creators a lesson. Just let creators fight, okay? There's nothing worse than like rallying the troops. Harris at her best, okay. Oh, hold on, let's go to Nancy Pelosi first. All right, Pelosi has served us as a sounding board for those anxious about the president's viability and warned the president privately that he was dragging down other Democrats. She did not endorse Kamala Harris, but has previously voiced support for open nomination. Biden himself backed as vice presidents. Ooh, interesting. Obama endorses open nominating. Oh, he does. Obama endorses open nominating process while the Clintons endorse Harris. At the convention next month, less than an hour from form, blah, 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 that the leaders of our party. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So if I can like political whisper for you, anybody who is saying open nominating process basically knows that Harris won't win. And they do not want Harris in that position. They want somebody who wins at least the primary, A, so that they can maintain being highly democratic, which is good. But also B, they do not trust Harris to win. That's anyone who's saying, I support an open nominating process is actually saying, I don't endorse Kamala Harris. We need somebody else. Crazy. I cannot believe Obama did that. That is fascinating. I was really expecting him to endorse Harris too. Obama always surprising us. Silly lad. All right. Freya. All right, this is apparently her at her best. 1 year ago.
Here. And talking about the significance of the passage of time. Yeah. Right? Yeah. The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children and what that means to the future of our nation, depending on whether or not they have the resources they need to achieve their God-given talent.
Oh, boy. God, being a woman in leadership is so fucking tough. Because all you need right now, unfortunately, it seems like the main political like win is aesthetics. And so what any elect needs is really good aesthetics. And as a woman, because your voice is already higher, it's just so much more difficult to have that like presidential, yeah. Anything else tonight? Did they get somebody on?
So then he'll get to say he appointed a MAGA majority, right?
Yeah.
And don't you think, Stephen, just to be 100% clear,
Donald Trump is way too old to be president. I mean, he's the oldest official nominee for a party. Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah. Have you seen videos of him
100%.
talking prior? Even in the last election cycle in 2016, he was much sharper. He was much brighter. He didn't have as many weird name
And the polls
swaps
show it, guys.
over and
I
over
mean,
again.
listen.
What Nikki Haley and Pelosi and all these things. Yeah, for sure.
100%.
Absolutely.
But it's not just the gaps. But again, this is really important because people used to talk about the previous Democratic presumptive nominee and the polls against him. Polls have consistently shown anywhere from 50 to 65% of the American people have serious doubts that Donald Trump is not meant to be fit to be president.
It's a good point. We really don't know. Like the black box of a Donald Trump presidency where like we can't see into who's running the show. Like he says that Project 2025 isn't what's going on, but who knows who's running things really? I mean, there are moments where he doesn't know where the fuck
I mean,
he is.
didn't they already admit that he
Okay, I have a very strong belief that Trump is running things within his administration. Just to be clear, I absolutely think that it is Trump that is running things. The problem is that I don't think Trump cares about his constituents, right? What he cares about is winning. He cares about him, which is why he's spooky. And you might be like, no president really cares about their constituents. They mostly just care and they always lie. There's a certain level of like accepted lying within presidential campaigns and like any political campaign that all citizens expect to some degree. And then there's Trump, who promised a lot of stuff in 2016 and he didn't really deliver any of it. Even though like I wasn't very in support of it, he also just doesn't deliver on what he says. This is why, like, when people are like, he's gonna like roll in like radical right-wing stuff. It's like, maybe if it financially and like power benefits him, yes, he will. The fact that Elon Musk now is backing him makes me way, way, way more concerned. And have you seen all the fucking Silicon Valley people just immediately swapping? Didn't like Buttigieg talk about this on Twitter the other day? It's wild. Like, Microsoft got rid of its DEI stuff, and then Mark Zuckerberg came out and said, I am not supporting either. I am not endorsing either. Oh, I love Mr. Beat. He's so great. All right, where is it? Peter. Ooh, I can never spell this man's last name. Is it 2 T's? I-E-E? Is this it? Yeah, okay, this looks right as long as it's not like a, I don't know. No, this is not him. No shot. You guys know the clip I'm talking about? Peter be on the late night show. What was his fucking name? Is it not Buttigieg? Am I dumb? Buttigieg. Okay, thank you.
Welcome, welcome, one and all, in here and out there to The Late Show. I'm your host, Stephen Colbert. And ladies and gentlemen, these people know it, but I hope you know it. We are live tonight.
Right. Whoa, there we go. This is what I'm looking for. Wait. No. Case for younger president. These are all old. I bet you his clip is actually super old. No, it was recent. Okay, I don't care. Don't care anymore. I am not interested anymore.
One and all, in here.
Shut up. What I do want to actually see is the Trump speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow.
Let's get my notes ready. Hold on.
And thank you, Dana.
Have you seen all the people wearing the fucking ear thing? It's crazy. It's so funny. I mean, like, to be clear, I don't think it's bad. I don't really care. I wouldn't be surprised, like, all the Dems being like, that's so corny. I'm like, Dems would do it too. Like, I'm sorry. Dems would do something similarly corny, whatever. It's just like, it's on Bill Maher. I thought it was on...
Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee.
Crazy.
Right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
Blah, blah, boring. You know what's boring to me? All of this shit of everyone being like, yay, yay. It's just like, God, it is actually so sad. Like anyone acting like Joe Biden's going to be remembered as like one of the great ones. Like, I don't know if that's true. Like, I hope so. He had a really awesome presidency, but like the reality is that like the end of his presidency is marred with an assassination attempt, a horrible presidential debate. Yes, Red Penny, thank you. You're a god. And then him stepping down after massive amounts of pressure and refusing to step down when it was like moderate amounts of pressure. And it's like, yeah, of course it's good that he stepped down. But at that point, he could not. Like, he couldn't just be like, no, screw you constituents, screw you DNC, screw you Obama, screw everyone who's advising me to step down. I'm staying. Especially when your entire campaign is built off of calling Trump an insurrectionist and like defying democracy. If your entire thing is they're betraying democracy, Biden couldn't stay in office at that point. It would be fucking wild, like absolutely insane. Not that he's getting any point. It's just like so sad because his presidency was actually really solid. And his like, most of Biden's like political record is just like pretty good. There's things I disagree with, obviously, but like he spearheaded so many bipartisan bills. He really was about like trying to bridge the divide a fair bit. His immigration bipartisan bill, even though it was struck down, which by the way, Republicans did that for a win, which shows that they don't care about immigration. They just care about winning. But to be fair, the Dems are the same, okay? I don't know. I don't know. It's just sad to me. It's just such a sad. It's like, who's that old person, the old Dem that died recently? She had like shingles forever. Something Stein, right? And she finally is like retiring because she's so decrepit that she can't continue. But it's like, I'm sorry, I don't care about your entire historical, like social performance. Dianna Feinstein, thank you. If it takes you having shingles and basically being a corpse to drop out of your position, you've destroyed your legacy. It's embarrassing. It's absolutely utter garbage. The amount of boomers that are like clinging desperately to power in the DNC is gross. The amount of Republicans grifting to an actual insurrectionist who they know doesn't value America is insane. So every time I'm like criticizing the left, I need to be cautious because this is something that Josiah really won me over on, which is that like we need to be careful about like swinging left. But we have to like remember that in comparison to like the DNC not letting their boomers retire and forcing them to retire, on the other side we have people just like JD Vance being like, nah, he's Hitler, to being like, yes, daddy, I love you, we definitely have nothing to do with Project 25. What's that on my asshole? Project 25's come. Don't worry about it, okay? It was good, but trust me, it's behind me. And you're like, we know, Vance, that Project 2025 is behind you. Their cum is all over your asshole. We're aware, okay? It's behind you, but it's also within you. Clip it.
Which in this case was J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Another thing you get to do at a convention is roll out your vice presidential candidate, which in this case was J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
I know him a little bit.
What do you think of him?
Oh, interesting.
Look, we're from the same generation. We're both from the Midwest, different parts of the Midwest.
Right.
I know a lot of guys like J.D. Vance. I've run into a lot of guys like him. Not so much when I was growing up in Indiana.
Thiel. Peter Thiel is his big backer.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, if people don't know who that is, he started PayPal. Yeah. He's gay. He's a billionaire. I mean, I've had a couple of people who knew you were coming on this week said, ask Pete what he thinks about Peter Thiel being so in love with J.D. Vance, who is flatly against gay marriage.
So I think it's a profound contradiction, but maybe it's not that complicated. I know there are a lot of folks who say, what's going on with some of these Silicon Valley folks veering into Trump world with J.D. Vance and backing Trump? What are they thinking? Silicon Valley's supposed to be, they're supposed to care about climate. They're supposed to be, I don't know, pro-science and rational and libertarians. So normally libertarians don't like authoritarians. What's up with that? I think it's actually, we've made it way too complicated.
No, you don't want to be in here. You're
These
just
are very
lying.
rich men who have decided to back the Republican Party that tends to do good things for very rich men.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay, but does that mean that they were backing the Democratic Party before then? Because the Democratic Party was doing good things for rich men? Like, just to be clear, the Silicon Valley was deeply, deeply left up until this year, which is like, I don't know, sussy. Okay, is it too quiet? I'm sorry.
And by the way, that's kind of what you're getting with.
How much student debt do you have? 0. 0. I paid off my debt within 6 months because I am Canadian citizen-wise. I went to a Canadian institution, which means that like my debt was not that much. And I basically paid off all of my education with scholarships and shit for grades. So fuck you. Nice try. You thought you had me, but you don't. You have no idea who I am, all right? You don't know the power level I have.
That's kind of what you're getting with JD, right? So I knew a lot of people like him when I got to Harvard. I found a lot of people like him who would say whatever they needed to get ahead. And 5 years ago, that seemed like being the anti-Trump Republican, so that's what he was. Talked about how he was unfit, how he was cynical, called him an opioid, which is kind of a weird thing to say about a person, but definitely a really, but I mean, for somebody whose identity is that they're connected to Appalachia, which has an opioid crisis, that really is the darkest thing you could possibly say.
Okay, this guy is a good fucking speaker. Holy, this guy, Pete Buttigieg, should be like this is really like the DNC young guard versus old guard. This guy is a good speaker. Very good. I don't know if his policies, just to be clear, but somebody's like, he's a trash person. I don't know anything about Peter Buttigieg deeply. Because to be honest, I don't really care about people that much. I care about systems. I don't really care who Kamala Harris is. I care about whether or not she honors the system, okay? Because the system of the American democracy is pretty damn good. There's been some major erosions, especially since like the 70s, and particularly after 2008. However, it's broadly a really awesome system, okay? I like it. I don't really care who the person is at all, as long as they honor the system, which is why I hate Donald Trump, because he's a bastardization to the system. That's it.
About Donald Trump, at least in public, but behind the scenes, apparently he's actually calling him Hitler, right? Seriously, 5 years later.
You hate Pete's policies personally? Yeah, I have no idea what they are.
Is that he's the greatest guy?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a progressive-y.
And actually watch.
Like, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a kind of progressive-y because he was like, well, rich men, they like the RNC. And it's like, yeah, but Silicon Valley was like a distinctly left, like canceled all of the right in the public social domain. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that just tells me that the Dems were good for rich men until just recently. Probably not. Probably that Silicon Valley moves in the direction of public appeal because they're a business. I don't think he's that progressive. Hassan doesn't like him, for instance. Does Hassan like any American politician? Like at all? Is it Bernie like a sellout to him? Like who does Hassan even like? Is there anyone? Maybe Jamal Bowman. But he didn't get elected, so.
This exact same process with somebody else I got to know in my days in the Midwest, which was my former governor, Mike Pence, who I watched start out as an evangelical Christian who cared about rectitude and family values, and then get on board with a guy who was mixed up with a porn star, make excuses for him, so that he could have power. And then he did. He got 4 glorious years, I guess, as vice president of the United States. And it ended on the west front of the Capitol with Trump supporters proposing that he be hanged for using the one shred of integrity he still had to stand up to an attempt to overthrow the government. Right. So I guess, maybe not as a politician, but as a human being, what I'll say is that I hope things work out a little bit better for
Yeah, Harris just swallowed all of his old funding. So every single PAC that was dedicated towards Biden, by and large, is going to be for Kamala now. So Kamala's not going in like empty-handed. She's getting to like collect all of it. The interesting thing is, and I actually don't know how this works. Maybe some of you do. How does it work if a PAC that you donated to for Biden swaps to being for Kamala, but say you're a donor was for Biden but isn't for Kamala? Do you pull out your money? Like, do they owe you? I don't know how that works, actually. Can hybrid PACs change who they support. For a PAC in the campaign itself would probably be very different. Do some deadly brand, blah, 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 blah. I don't trust any of you, okay? Limited contributions. All PACs that are FEC, blah, 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 a hybrid connect. PAC cannot use its non-contribution to make a contribution. Super PACs don't have to. What are the 3 types of PACs? I know all this, but none of it is telling me what happens. It's just not. Can a super PAC? I don't think they work directly. Yeah, they can't coordinate with candidates. So I think they can. Can a super PAC change their campaign? So there should be no change. Yeah, but the issue is if they were going to their funders saying, we're going to get Biden elected, and now they're saying we're going to get Kamala elected, do they owe, like I'm way more familiar with nonprofit funding. Do they owe? Oh, I can't read this as WAPO. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to ask somebody who like actually knows about it. All right. Full speech, Donald Trump. Let's go. Because everyone was like, it was so bad, but I don't trust anyone anymore. Okay. Everyone who talks about politics is so partisan. I don't trust anyone, including myself. Okay. Don't trust me either. This is why it's like, you should just go back to the original source. You should just like figure out what the original source is saying, read it for yourself, and then try to think about your own thinking biases and try to counteract them. So for example, I really don't like Trump, which means that when I listen to his speech, I'm going to be like biased against him. And I think he's a big time liar. So then I need to like check that and be like, okay, if I think he's lying here, I should verify that he's lying. Or more importantly, if I'm listening to somebody to support, if they say something that I'm not sure about, I should verify if they're lying.
Together we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every...
I actually hate his voice so much. Holy shit. Where should I put this? Minsinfo attempt. It should go after this. So, Trump at RNC. There we go. Link.
Race, religion, color, and creed.
The speech wasn't amazing. It wasn't horrible. It was perfectly normal. So I figured. We'll see.
Division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Fire Joe Biden. Look at these official signs. They're official Fire Joe Biden signs. That is crazy.
Thank you very much.
What is even happening? Oh my gosh, my phone is going crazy with all my boomer friends freaking out. Joe Biden stepped down, Kamala Harris stepped up, and a number of PACs that are supporting Joe have pivoted to supporting Kamala, which is here. I'll swap between these as we keep going. Don't worry, don't worry. invoke the 25th and assume the acting duties of German. Oh my gosh, stop. If he doesn't have the cognitive ability to seek re-election, he doesn't have the cognitive ability to serve the remainder of his term. That's not even necessarily true. I hate people. I hate people.
Thank you very much.
We are
And we will
Jews
do
for
it right.
Trump.
We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday.
Bro, he's going to wear this bandage for as long as possible, okay? This motherfucker is going to milk it to the end. And here's the craziest shit, okay? He couldn't have arranged a better PR stunt if he did it personally. Because going now, the top half of his ear is missing, which means that when that bandage comes off, every time camera's on him and he's making a speech, you are going to be reminded about the assassination attempt. It's actually, from a PR standpoint, it is like a dream come true for PR. Obviously, if you're not for his PR, it's your nightmare fuel, but... Trump is such a weak candidate. If the DNC can pick a non-trash tier candidate, it's easy peasy. I'm so on the fence about this. I don't know, because this is my biggest frustration, to be honest. I hate having to swing left with liberals' understanding of conservatives, is that they don't understand what appeals about Trump so much. Like they need to understand it. And I feel like a lot of people just like dismiss it as like Republicans are stupid, uneducated, and like brain rotted. And it's like, yeah, but something about Trump appealed to them enough that they got there, that they were like willing to betray the American like constitution that they used to value. Like what got them there, which is like populism fundamentally, right? And the issue is a lot of people like dismiss populism, but there's a very good reason why it is exploding in the American political system. Oh my God, you don't want to be in here, Freya. You're just stressed. You can just keep the door open. You what? You can keep the door open if you don't like shout or anything. Come on, you can come in. You just want eyes on me? Okay. She just wants to creep. Are you coming in? No? Okay. Trump is the most overrated candidate in history. Yes, but also no. Like, Trump is very much in my mind the just the perfect guy at the perfect time at the perfect place. Like, I do think that somebody else could replace him. Like, he's not like a great man in my mind. But now that he was the perfect man at the perfect place, he is irreplaceable. Like, there isn't a replaceable for Trump anymore for like what he's doing to the RNC, to the Republican Party. It's crazy.
As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. I was discussing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood. Just absolutely.
Okay.
There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet.
Is that Laura Luber? Is that Laura Luber? Wait, I actually don't know. I think that is. God, she sucks. That's her, right? Am I on crack? Yeah, that's for sure Laura Loomer. God, she sucks. Okay, anyways.
The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark.
Okay, that's actually true. Have you guys seen Trump assassination head turn? There's like a video going viral of it. This might be it. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Yeah, it's on TikTok. Hold on. Watch anyway.
Take a look what happened.
Look, he would have died if he didn't twist his head. It's insane. It's actually insane. Gosh. You want to know what's even crazy? Okay, I'm gonna give, so you know how, okay, sorry. So you know how like Christian conservatives are super conspiracy posting and they cite Revelations all the time for like prophecy and stuff about current day events? I want you to read Revelations 13. Nick, is it Revelations 13:3 or 13:13? I can't remember. It is 13:3. Okay. Read this. This is in Revelation, just so it's clear. I don't give a fuck about like doomsday prophecy and stuff. Read this. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed and the whole earth marveled as they followed the beast. This is literally talking about the Antichrist. So it's a prophetic like thing about like the Antichrist. Anyways, Christian conservatives cite Revelations all the time to like prove that Trump is, you know, the new savior and all this stuff. And yet none of them are citing this. Not one. Very interesting. Not very consistent Christian conservative prophesier types. Wild. So there you go. Revelations 13:3.
And I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch.
How many people attended the PA Trump rally? I don't think it was tens of thousands. Since I'd be so curious how many actually showed up. Okay.
In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would
I look at both chats. I can see all
be.
three
They knew
chats.
immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me.
That
was
is
just
true,
a small
the
group
penitent.
compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down.
Just so it's clear, when I showed this video of the head turn, this isn't me saying it was staged. I'm sorry. No one in their right mind would stage it with such like high level of actually killing him. That would be really stupid. It obviously wasn't staged. And everyone saying it is staged is like full of the most massive amount of cope. It's so stupid. Yeah, dumb.
They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just...
I don't know if they're the bloodiest. God, I hate how he talks. It's so annoying. So annoying. Stage bullet dodge. Stop. Okay, you're actually going to get timed out from my chat if you make serious comments trying to insist that it was staged. It was not staged. It was not staged. And that type of think has no space in my community. Fuck off. Think well, please. He's an asshole and he sucks and he absolutely wants to be a dictator and he still didn't stage it, okay? Did you know that the ear is the deadliest? Did you know the ear bleeds more than any other part of the body? I thought that was the scalp. I thought the scalp bled more. Maybe he's right. I don't really care. Sorry, I'm not being
beautiful crowd.
good
They
faith.
didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me, and you can see that love written all over their faces. They're incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No?
The amount of like cultish behavior is wild to me. It's wild.
Thank you.
How does an entire country, half of a country, get like wrapped up in like actual cultish behavior? Am I just biased? I feel like where Obama speeches are like this.
But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that.
11 minutes in, we're still on this.
I was okay and roared with pride for our...
Wait,
he went
what?
right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Oh, the fire chief. God, he's such a good performer. It's crazy. Just to be clear, none of this is very appealing to me, but if you think about like the people who are interested in this, like everyone's being like, oh, it's so cringe and embarrassing. Like I saw multiple tweets being like, you think Biden's daughtering? He just went over and kissed this. It's in honor of the guy who died. Like he knows his base. He knows how to play to his base. It's very impressive,
I want to
actually.
thank the fire department and the family
It's a
for
very rambling
sending
speech. Not rambling necessarily. I wouldn't say describe it as rambling.
his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million.
Yeah, it is milking.
For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it.
He
$1
stood on this
million
way too long. Now they're eating it up.
From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, we're going to skip some of this. Blah, 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 blah.
For others. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way.
My reach is righteous. My cause is pure. What is that song? My cause is noble. My power secure. I cannot believe, is he quoting that song?
Handlebars.
I can ride my bike with no handlebars. Isn't that handlebars right
A
there?
government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country.
Our cause is noble, our power secure. I can handle 1 million vaccinations or have them all die from exasperations. I can have everyone killed just because I don't like them. A little spooky.
Nothing.
That's actually crazy that he just basically cited handlebars, but the whole point of handlebars is the guy who's saying our cause is noble, our power is pure, or whatever, is lying and evil. That's crazy. Okay, clip it. Somebody needs to make a clip out of that, okay? I am giving everyone a free viral clip, okay? Clip, what is it?
No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break. We will is righteous.
Like 17 minutes, and then just pan over to the lyrics of why is your title Kamala in? Because Kamala is endorsed by Biden, the Clintons, and most of the PACs that were supporting Biden beforehand.
And our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break. We will not bend. We will not back down.
If you want, I can
and
change
will
it
never
to
stop
be
fighting
slightly
for you,
more
your
accurate,
family,
but I
and
just
our
don't really
magnificent
care,
country.
if I'm being honest.
Never. And everything I have to.
God, there's nothing more painful to me than seeing people who like apparently care a lot about left values claiming Biden is out, it's Joe over, like just giving up on the democracy.
By dozens of members.
Like, what are you doing?
Them, but members from California
Why?
all the way to Florida and states in between.
And he's not even there. God, Hassan makes me so angry and Twitch makes me so angry. You want to know the reason why? I bet you, look at his views right now. You want to know why Destiny is never going to get unbanned on Twitch, despite like Trump being unbanned or whatever? It's because Hassan will rail against it so strongly. He's so inbred with the Twitch like execs and organizers. He would never, ever allow them to unban Destiny because right now he has a monopoly. Look at these numbers. He's not even there, and he's got 101K. Listen to him. Imagine. It's crazy. Imagine if he had any competition, like serious competition for the presidential debate. Like, God, they're just like protecting his career right now. Cringe. Okay, anyways.
Give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul. I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation.
Source, just all of the recent Twitch decisions about like giving Sneeko back his account, giving all these people back their account, but not Steven. Like no matter what, it's wild.
We're going to turn our nation around and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy.
Ooh. Democratic Party needs to stop weaponizing. Mission and enemy to democracy. Gosh, the speed at which Trump's PR campaign will pick up trends and just start echoing them is crazy. Like, I don't understand Biden's PR team, but it is wild to me that not a single one of like the Biden memes really like went anywhere, and why they didn't immediately pick it up and incorporate it. It's just like, God, if you're going to learn anything from Trump's presidency, it has to do how to do social media PR. It has to be. Gosh.
Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the
Republicans
people
have always
of our
been
country.
significantly better at messaging. I don't know if I agree with that at all. I don't know if that's true at all.
Okay. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
Oh no. Haven't they like not been together at all? Is this going to be super awkward? Oh, she doesn't have to go up. Okay, never mind. What a loving couple. What a Christ-dedicated, stand-up couple who definitely loves each other and definitely embodies American traditional family values. Look at her. You could tell that she says, man, Trump, I loved it when you fucked Stormy Daniels and then paid her off. That was awesome. Amazing. Incredible. She probably hates him, yeah.
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before.
On your lap? They're all adults, aren't they? Why were they on your lap? Sorry. I know. My bias against Trump is coming through.
And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife. Very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. Beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
Talks a lot about his family.
So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And
there's something really frustrating to me about like the state of politics right now, that you just get to lie extensively. And as long as you lie in the right words, it's basically good to go. I mean, everyone knows that Trump's family is fractured, that he's had multiple wives, that he's been cheating, that Melania and him have been fractious for years at this point. And yet here he is talking about family values, and they're just like eating it up. It's so, what do you mean? What do you mean? Politicians have always lied. Politicians have always lied, but there's an expected level of lying, and then there's blatant lying where everyone literally knows the truth. Politicians lie in ways that they can, right? And then they hope to God you don't find out. Politicians don't typically lie, and everyone knows it's not true. Like, everyone knows. Like, my wonderful wife, you know, my lovely and it's just like, your wife fucking hates you, dude. Like, everyone knows that. It's apparent. It is in everyone's face. Versus like somebody being like, I did not have sex with that woman, is like, you know, he's hoping it doesn't come out.
Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said.
Hasn't all politics been that way? No.
Said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years, and he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? See, where is he?
Amazing. Incredible political engagement. Incredible, truly. It was amazing. Where's the clip? Oh no, I just want the clip. I want the actual clip.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Incredible politics here. Politicking hard.
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe.
What? Okay. I wish I could do this quickly.
The vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy. It felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Politicking! Politics! Talking about politics! Politicking! Absolute politic! Trump! Trump, brother, politics! Ah! Ah! How is this
But
a thing?
what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
The right knows how to entertain. Yeah, but like this is just imagine the founding fathers, okay? What would they think? What would they think? They're just like, you have who at the RNC? Hulk Hogan. Who's that? Oh, you know. What, he's a wrestler, right?
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
At a time!
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage.
I've seen a lot of amazing tag teams in WWE, but none of them even come close to the tag team of J.D. Vance, small, weird salesman. For sure he sells cars. And President-elect Trump. Oh, yeah! Is this guy the Kool-Aid Man? Is he about to burst through a wall? I hate this timeline.
But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
Oh, boy.
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real...
Why did they think that this is a good idea? Because it was a good idea. Because it absolutely is appealing to the base. People are loving this shit. Fuck, I'm loving this shit. It's horrifying that this is where politics is at nowadays, but it's also fucking funny.
Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites because
Donald Dick.
Because all
He
the
did say Donald
Trumpites
Dick.
are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with a power,
Even the people in the crowd were like, woo? You could tell the crowd's like, well, we're not like Trumpites. And like, by running wild, you mean like we'll be correcting the country, not like, doing anything bad, right? Oh, no.
of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
Not as enthusiastic of a cheer. Woo, yeah. But we're not a cult. We're not a cult. Stop calling us Trumpites, okay? We're not a cult. Stop that. Hulk, you're off brand. We're not a cult. We're not Trumpites.
When I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised.
All right, we gotta move on. Oh, wait, I missed the
I look out there and I see Donald Trump. I think about
it's
how
right
his
here that it
business
happens.
was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
What happened last week? And then the music pauses. And he starts like flipping the shirt around. I shouldn't be doing this on the large screen. Somebody's gonna clip that part. I want the Hulk Hogan striptease. Give it to me.
To kill the next president of the United States. Enough
I can't.
was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
This is politics. Ah! There you go. They were like, I don't know about the Trumpites. And then he's like, anyways, striptease? And they're like, fuck yeah! Yes! Oh, rip that shirt. Rip it. Oh, yeah. USA! USA! Rip it like we're going to rip up the Constitution. Yes! Ah! Oh, okay. All right, we're done with that.
Oh, boy.
Holy. Idiocracy became reality sooner than expected. I know. Holy. Okay, let's go. I got you, Daddy! Daddy! Me and you, Daddy! Yes! Yes! Praise! Praise! I cannot believe.
They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing.
What is Trump thinking having that demos on stage? I wouldn't be surprised to find out that a ton of wrestling fans are also Republican. He's absolutely playing to his base. Are you kidding me? It's insane that that's a winning strategy, but also entertainment seems to be necessary for politics. Like this is the sad reality of like our consumerist culture is that it's like I literally don't know how you make people interested in their politics. You have to make it entertaining and sexy. You need cute girls. Like that's just the reality of it. In fact, the biggest problem is that the Democrats haven't figured that out and they don't know how to appeal to a Democratic base.
Boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fight.
Jason Aldean, love you, man. Love you, man. Really love your wife, though. Love that wife of yours. All right, we got to know. What does she look like? Jason Aldean's wife. All right. We need to know. Do we agree? Yeah, she's okay. Yeah, she's like cute-ish. Love your wife.
By my side, the next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great vice president. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride.
Jason Aldean's wife.
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. We are... And I promise we will make...
She does not look happy. She definitely... But I mean, she's been going through it. The gripers have been unhinged about JD's wife. So I'm not surprised that she's a little emotionally exhausted. Wasn't J.D. Vance against Trump at one point? Yeah, in 2018, he publicly called him like a heroine in a bad way. To America, he privately called him Hitler. But he says in 2021, there was like a conversation. There's an article that he actually did, I think PBS, or somebody interviewed him, and he said in 2021, he was in a meeting with some hotel chain owners, and they were complaining to him about how the workers wanted to be paid more and how annoying that was. And then they turned to him and be like, don't you agree? We should be able to like get more illegals in here so that like we don't have to pay them as much. And he was like, and I can't believe that they thought that I agreed with them. The issue that I can't figure out is, does he mean he's opposed to illegals, or does he mean he's opposed to the worker payment? Because I feel like it's the illegals. And he was like, and it was at that moment that I knew that I had to, I guess, side with Trump, because they were against Trump at the time. Because he wanted to shut down.
Something nice from her boyfriend, me.
Sounds good. $10 isn't like really enough to buy her something nice, but I can buy her something. Cheapo. Just kidding. A heroin in a bad way is not a heroin. Well, I mean, like when he said heroin, he means like a danger to society.
Wisconsin, great again. We're going to make it.
His positions don't matter. Oh, I agree. He's there to be a sycophant, obviously. He's already said that he would have listened to Trump on January 6th, unlike Mike Pence.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much.
Interesting.
We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their record, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our...
God, wouldn't it have been nice if we could have passed some sort of important immigration bill that gave more funding, appointed more judges, changed the catch and release policy? Like, wouldn't it have been great if we could have somehow changed that this year during the height of people's concerns about the immigration crisis? I wonder why. I wonder what happened to the immigration bill. Wasn't it struck down? Yeah, it collapsed. And why did it collapse again? Oh, yeah. All the Republican seats and House voted against it. That's why. It was a bipartisan major immigration rehaul. It was actually brilliant. It was such a good improvement of what we have now. And Republicans said no. Why? So they can have this line during their election. Cringe. Cringe and gross. Cringe and gross.
Southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities.
And before somebody's like, well, the left would do that too if they wanted to, first of all, point out a specific example, and I'll say that that's also cringe and gross. But also, most importantly, I don't really care. I only care about systems and institutions, and I don't like people who allow the system to do this shit. It's gross.
All across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's...
Problem with that bill is most of the funding was to go to foreign countries. God fucking kill me. First of all, funding Ukraine is good. It is very good. It is exceptionally good. And if Trump pulls out of funding Ukraine, which he probably won't, but if he does, then Russia will just get most of Ukraine, which is bad. I don't know if you understand, but if you look at a globe and you notice how Russia is really big, it's not just because they were really, really good at like brokering peace treaties and uniting as a country. Just to let you know, Russia's landmass doesn't exactly come from like super awesome means. It comes from like colonial takeovers up until very recent history. And all of their neighbors are understandably terrified of them. And also, funding the Israel war is also a good thing. It just is a good thing. Right now, Israel's trying to like slap the fuck out of Hezbollah, which is good. Fuck Hezbollah. Yay.
It's an international crisis.
Amnesty 10 million is not that much. If you think 10 million in a bill like this is a lot of money, you're deranged. Giving Amnesty 10 million is almost nothing in the size of these bills that we're talking about. Oh.
It's the likes of which the world has seldom been part
I am
of.
sitting on a
Nobody
bounce
can believe
ball.
what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration.
Hi, Parallax.
It's time for a change.
Thanks for the
This
bits.
administration can't come close to solving the problem.
That bill was an actual nothing burger. Sorry, how exactly was the immigration bill a nothing burger? I don't even understand how you could possibly say that. 10 million illegals amnesty. Those people, I thought you were meaning Amnesty, the organization. Giving 10 million illegals amnesty might even be reasonable because it's quite likely that the people that were being given amnesty have already been in the country for like 1 to 2 decades. Amnesty in immigration. I'm going to see if you're right. Oh, it's going to be so hard to find because the bill is struck down. Hold on. I'll keep listening to this.
Very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
This is an executive action.
Can you believe what they're doing?
But you're not talking about this number, right? The executive action? You're
Doing
talking about
that,
the
we
bill
will
itself.
lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll
Just
end
pull up the bill itself.
lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built.
How close is the wall to being done?
On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was...
Okay, so he said that Mexico was going to pay for the wall. It didn't happen. Not surprised. 452 miles in total. Okay, so this is saying... Is this saying that this is built? What a terrible... I know it's the route. I'm just trying to understand how much of it is actually built. However, only 80 miles of new barriers have been built where there were none before. That includes 47 miles of primary and 33 of secondary built to reinforce the initial barrier. Vast majority of the 452 miles is replacing existing structures at the border that have been built by previous U.S. administrations. It was argued that this should be regarded as a new wall because it's replacing what he called an old and worthless barriers. Oh, no. It was originally estimated a cross-border wall could cost from $12 billion to $40 billion. Despite this, the run-up, he kept saying Mexico's paying for it. I wonder if anyone will call him to task for that. 2019 figures were more than double the previous year.
Quite nice, smirking face.
Thank you. The number of people detained at the border increased significantly between 2018 and 2019, but dropped in 2020. Joe's plan. Okay. This is not answering my question. So it sounds like he didn't, it is almost complete, but in like it was already mostly built already. Is this wall effective? How much did the Trump wall build? All right. He claimed his administration finished building a wall along a 1,900-mile border But according to a Customs Border Protection report written 2 days after Trump left office in 2021, about 458 miles of the wall were completed under his administration. Okay, hold on. Oh no. God, Rolo Tomasi is unhinged.
Your thoughts on RFK Jr.?
I don't know much about RFK Jr. to like comment on, and I'm not really that interested in like select individuals. Like the last few months, I've mostly been reading about systems. I mostly care about systems and like improving systems, and I only care about individuals so far as they like honor the system that they exist within, or they try to improve the system. I don't really care about like Buttigieg or JD Vance alone. What I care about is like their willingness to, for example, like upend the Constitution. Mexico also gave a law enforcement to guard the wall, cutting our cost. It sounds like I'll have to read that. I don't know if that's true, but it might be true. But never finishes. Of those 458 miles, just 52. So, written 2 days after Trump left office, about 558 miles of the wall were completed under his administration, with another 280 miles identified for construction. But of those 558 miles that he built, just 52 covered sections of the border that hadn't previously had a barrier. Yikes. Hold on, I'm just going to throw that in here. Of the wall, he built 548 miles of the wall, but only 58 miles of it was, I don't even know if it's about if only, if they're like reinforcing the wall. I mean, if the wall was really shit before, then reinforcing it's also good, right? If you care about the wall, which I don't know. I don't really know what to do about the immigration crisis at the southern border because it's an actual problem. I don't know enough about it to comment. Do you think it was disgusting for the Democrats to repeal the Trump-era immigration policies and just pass a bill in an election year to get a boost in the polls? Democrats. Let's see. Trump immigration. It depends on what they repealed. There are some immigration policies that were fucking unhinged. What would have this been? 2020? I'm assuming. He vows to, but did he? Okay. Maybe we'll try 2021. Number of fronts to reverse. There we go. Trump era. Okay. Trump era restrictions to immigration. These steps included boost refugee admissions. I'm fine with that. Depending on, well, refugee admissions is complicated. Preserving deportation relief for unauthorized immigrants and not enforcing a public charge rule that denies green cards to immigrants who might use public benefits like Medicaid. Biden also lifted restrictions established early in the coronavirus pandemic that drastically reduced the number of visas. That's fine. You probably should do that after COVID ended. The number of people who received a green card declined. Biden's biggest immigration proposal to date allowed more new immigrants into the U.S. while giving millions of unauthorized immigrants who are already in the U.S. a pathway to legal status. All of that is fine. I'm just so it's clear, I'm very pro-immigration. I'm not pro-illegal immigration, but part of why illegal immigration is so common right now is because like the pathways to successful legal immigration within the United States is really, really, really nightmarish, except for through the refugee status, which I do agree is being abused. And my understanding is that he I'd be curious what he did here. The U.S. government will aim to resettle up to 1,200 and kill me. Yeah, I do want to block your ads, okay? I do want to. The president, 125,000 refugees. Okay, so not that many. Cementing President Biden campaign to reverse the historic cuts made to the refugee program. According to the 125 refugee cap for fiscal year, which starts in October, will mark a 733 increase from the historic low of 15,000 person ceiling in the former Donald Trump. That is a crazy low ceiling. Yes, absolutely. The current fiscal year to raise the backlash from progressive allies. Oh yeah, from my first glance at this, I'd broadly be in support. I would need like a couple more details. Like you could maybe sway me with more information, but having a refugee cap of 15,000 people is really, really low. But I don't know enough about like specifically refugee caps and like the ramifications of how that would work. Let's just define it first. Hi, Crystal. Clearly crystal clear. That's a hard one. The cap is a target for how many refugees in the United States aims to admit from around the world in any given year, but it doesn't necessarily mean the U.S. will admit that many. Yeah, 15,000 is crazy low for refugee status. Like I think about like Venezuelans alone. Like I by and large would be fine with Venezuelans claiming refugee status. They did nothing that was optically bad. They did nothing until it was optically bad, and then they tried to pass a bill. You cannot seriously be saying that if you understand how long it takes to write and propose bills.
I'm going to start working on being less white.
Just an example, Canada took 140,000 refugees. Yeah, no, I totally agree with getting rid of the 15,000. That's crazy low. That's insane. I find it interesting that Barack didn't endorse Kamala. I don't find it. I'm surprised, but I'm also not surprised. 15K seems like a lot to me. That's more. Yeah, well, here's Dace Halcyon. Thank you. As an example, Canada took in 140,000 refugees in 2021. Now, to be clear, Canada takes in refugees in large part to prop up its entire housing system. So that's part of why. And Canada's been upping the number of immigrants and refugees to continue to keep our housing system afloat. However, 15,000 is really low. Was new wall, the rest was reinforcing. 3 million illegal immigrants per year since Biden got in office is a lot. I agree it is a lot, but it's super frustrating that the bill that aimed to like change refugee. Here's the most important thing. Here's why the bill was so important. The bill itself was going to change it so that you couldn't just claim refugee status for essentially like psychological distress, which is like an exceptionally ambiguous, it's not exactly psychological distress, but essentially the one where you can claim like, I'm stressed out, and you don't actually have to have a whole bunch of receipts. Now they have to come and like prove that they are under persecution actively, right? In like a physical and like measurable type of way, not just that they're stressed out about it. That was like one of the most important changes with the immigration bill that got struck down. I know I spent so long on this, but.
As president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more.
God. There's no way this man understands it. How is he a businessman? I cannot believe he just had that come out of his mouth. 100% tariffs on Chinese imports would cripple the American economy. Like, that would be so bad. for Americans. Just to be clear, tariffs are tough for China, but tariffs are also really bad for Americans. Just so it's clear. If you're worried about inflation and like housing crisis and all these sort of like the cost of living in your country, having 100% tariffs is fucking wild. Absolutely wild. Batshit crazy. There's no chance that this man, or he does, and he just like lies through his teeth. I cannot believe he just said 100% tariffs. That's crazy. Trump only went bankrupt like 3 times. Yeah, well, the problem with like the ultra elite is they go bankrupt often. Because bankruptcy is a way to like consolidate and basically get rid of debt. Because you just have one of your corporations go bankrupt.
And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense, making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest.
We had the best. Wait. Under me. Also, the 100% was an if tariff. It was a threat. It's an empty threat. No one in their goddamn mind would give 100. I cannot believe you're carrying water for this. The best assumption here is that he's just being hyperbolic. There's no world that he would threaten 100% tariff. And there's no world that China would be like, yeah, that's something you'd act on. That would be insane. Trump has also said that he wants to tariff 10% of all imports, just globally, all imports, which would just fucking destroy Americans. Like, the only people who pay for that dominantly are going to be like your poorest of the poor. It's like, if you're like, hey, working class, I really hate you. So all those cheap goods you rely on to make ends meet, they're 10% tariffed. Yeah. And that cost that Walmart's having to pay for that, they're going to put it on you. I promise. They will. They will. They'll put the biggest, I can't do his voice. I hope protectionism made into the pop. Yeah. I'm just going to assume that he's being hyperbolic. Okay? I'm going to be good faith and assume he's being hyperbolic.
Economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse.
I don't know why I keep saying no inflation. That's just not true. Stop.
And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. You
realize it hurts them just as much, right? If they can't sell it here, their businesses go under. It's a negotiation threat. I do realize that it's a negotiation threat. China would ramp up its trade with others. It would hurt China. However, it would hurt American consumers a lot. Like a lot. And it's also not real. It's just not real. There's no world that Trump said, we'll embargo you. I just don't believe it. Because 100% tariffs is basically a trade embargo. It's insane.
Suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents...
God, I wish I could lie out my teeth about economy more than I do. Because I'm not going to. I'm like, I know enough about economy to know that he's like talking bullshit about the inflation stuff, but I want to be super cautious and not like correct it because I realize that in my correction, I could also give misleading information. But I wish I could just boldly be like, that's not true. Actually, inflation under Biden was blah, 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 blah. I could just make up facts too about the economy. I'm not going to. But if you would love to read somebody who has an excellent, very reader-friendly way of explaining economics, go read Kyla Scanlon. She has a new book. She's awesome, okay? That's who you need to read. If you want to understand anything about inflation or any of this shit, Kyla Scanlon. I keep forgetting her book at the Bridges Studio.
Have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our...
Smart. He's finally trying to appeal to people of color. Holy shit.
Black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership,
all right, I'm posting this in the
every
Discord
disaster we are
if you
now
want it.
enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the
It'll
past
go
or not,
in,
I hope you will support me in the future, because I
community
will bring back
announcements.
the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't
Oh
even hear
my
about
God.
the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized.
I'm super interested to see now if we'll see like a major rejection of like the like white supremacists that were very pro-Trump. Because I saw Nick Fuentes recently say that he like won't be, he's not supporting Trump or anything like that. I'd just be super curious to know why do these all get? It's crazy.
Best run and most enthusiastic convention of either party.
Graper's not backing Trump is at least good. Yeah, well, it's interesting because it's like, is that authentic? Is Nick Fuentes like pissed off at Trump, or does he have like some level of? Because I totally believe Nick Fuentes will just say whatever he needs to for like funding and money and popularity. And so the question is he not supporting Trump because Trump is supporting people of color and he loves Israel, or is he outlawed not supporting Trump because it's good for the Trump candidacy to not have a whole bunch of white supremacists? Like, will they actually just vote for Trump? I have no idea. Like, this is a problem with PRs. Like, you can only speculate so much. It's really hard to know people's like intentions and purposes behind just like public statements
That they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, The entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household.
Actually, I should probably say this for all the Republicans who are like willing to fight with me, like Andrew Shatner and stuff. I actually appreciate you being in the chat and like wrestling with me. So I hope that my chat is being like respectful towards you, even though you're probably a dogpile a little bit. But also like do continue to argue with me. Because I'm open to having my mind changed on a lot of things. I'd appreciate if you did the same. I'm dubious of most people who say that they will, but I'm sure you're dubious of me saying that I'm open to having my mind changed, so that's fair enough.
Goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune.
Okay, I feel like that's enough of Trump's speech. I don't really care.
We will not let country.
I don't really understand how people are saying that he was like, it was so bad and he was doddering. That's just like insanely bad faith. Hold on, let's just go here. TLDR. Not doddering. Big appeal to base. More of the classic one-liners. Definitely seemed totally fine. Maybe lower energy. Okay. Sorry, Peacecraft. If there's one person I don't really want to talk to, unfortunately it's you, but it's not because of your opinions. It's just, yeah. Sorry, buddy. Fuck. What did I want to go through next? Project 2025. Okay. That was the next thing I wanted to look into. Project 2025. We'll see some videos and then probably going to avoid the evil genius. Maybe we'll start with ABC. Has anybody got like a pro Project 2025 video that I can watch? Aha! Okay, let's try this one. Let's try Fox first.
Meantime, and this is something that hasn't been discussed a whole lot, so we're going to get into something called Project 2025. A leading conservative think tank is weighing in on what a second Trump presidency might look like. Project 2025 includes a massive overhaul to the federal government as we know it, and this is not just rumor. This is all based on actual stated goals that Donald Trump has said over and over again for the past 3.5 years.
Trump promises an unabashedly imperial president.
Okay, hold on. We're going to slow this down a little bit. Trump promises an unabashedly imperial presidency. Fox. Oh, it's Fox 5, not Fox News.
One that would turn the Justice Department against critics.
I was really hoping that this would be like a pro-Trump, but it's not. Oh, and there's why I don't want to talk to Peacecraft. I like abortion, and I don't mind porn. It's a fact of question. It's not a fact of question. Okay. Thank you for immediately proving, Peacecraft, why I'm not super interested in hearing from you, because you're broadly, decently bad faith.
Deport millions of people in the U.S. illegally, slap 10% tariffs on thousands of products, fire perhaps tens of thousands of government staff deemed insufficiently loyal.
Now, the leader of the group, by way of the Heritage Foundation, is a guy by the name of Kevin Roberts. And this week, he was talking about the whole thing on Steve Bannon's podcast. And if you're watching, you're realizing that the guy you're about to see is not Steve Bannon, but former Virginia Congressman Dave Bratz. That's because Steve Bannon's in prison now. Roberts says he's predicting a, quote, new American revolution. But listen to what he had to say about what it would take to make that happen.
I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Yeah. We are in the, I heard that, of a second American. It is you being bad faith if you think that I like abortion. It's pretty obvious if you've talked to me for 2 seconds that I don't like abortion. I just don't want to like policy on it. I don't want to make it illegal because I think that does more harm. That's it. You are not fully down with a full abortion ban. There you go. That's significantly more accurate. See, I knew you could be good faith. We can do it. I'm also not really pro-porn. I'm against legalizing. I'm just against the government intruding on people's private lives more than is necessary. Like, I don't know why I'm apparently the only small government person left. But yeah, in general, I don't want the government sticking its little fingers in private actions. So there are some things, obviously, abuse would be an example, or child porn. But by and large, I want to let society decide things, not the government. I don't like government overstep. I don't think the government does a good job socially engineering things at all. I would prefer medical doctrine and society, like norm and morals, to decide how we handle abortion in our country. Like, obviously, I don't know. Why does anti-government GOP not support more government control? Texas required people to verify their age with ID. So there are like some things I'm fine with the government doing, but it has to be like pretty small by and large. I'm not fully against government intervention, but like full stop, just like banning porn, for example, would be stupid. It would just be a dumb policy. It's terrible politics. Terrible. Should we socially be against porn? Some elements of it, yeah, for sure. 100%. Not all elements of porn. I think socially we should be neutral towards porn, and we should shame certain behaviors around porn. So for example, if somebody masturbates like 7 times a day, or like while they're on screen, on the other screen, there's just porn going all the time, I think it's pretty fair to socially shame that. That's like probably not healthy for you. But if people just like watch porn like once a day or like once every 2 to 3 days, and it's like all decently normal stuff, I don't really care. Like, no, you shouldn't be socially against that. It's neutral. Just like I'm not for being like socially against drugs, but I am for like being socially against abuse of drugs, for example. I'm not against cosmetic surgery, but I am against an abuse of cosmetic surgery or lying about cosmetic surgery. I just like want more, and like the issues that society allows for more nuance, like it's sociologically, whereas the government doesn't. In Portugal, there are like 80 to 90% of doctors who refuse to do abortions. We have full regions with doctors that refuse, mostly Catholic. Yeah, politicians insist that they should. Okay. I don't know much about the Portugal electoral system or your guys' constitution or anything. So it's super hard for me to weigh on like Portugal politics and like what the standard would be. Obviously, broadly, I wouldn't be for the government forcing doctors to do abortions, but if like the society of Portugal begins to shift towards being more toward it, and the College of Doctors does, then like maybe I'd be more open to that. I don't know. I just don't know much about Portugal or its like standards on anything. How do you understand what weird porn is? When I say weird porn, I mean like snuff stuff where like people are actively being physically harmed for it, and CP. So when I say weird stuff, I mean like stuff with obvious victims in the creation of it. That's what I mean by weird stuff. Sorry. for being like a biggest. A lot of you are like, damn it, my pee porn is out on Erudite's World, right? You can have your pee porn. I still think you're fucking weird, by the way, if you like pee porn. Your American politics has been in the gutter for the last 10 years. I haven't been American. I haven't been involved and interested in American politics for the last 10 years, so. Almost nobody is encouraging people to get abortions. So right to yes, but it's still a hard decision. Yeah, the only thing I'm opposed about with abortions is super late term abortions. I just think after age of viability, they should probably be cut off. The reality is like you knew long enough, excluding like obviously the like she's gonna die, the like medical emergency shit, obviously. But by 24 weeks, the reality is like you just kind of have to make a decision. They should be aware that there's a 24-week cutoff and then go on from there. Again, barring medical like emergencies. And by and large, it shouldn't be romanticized as a birth control option, which it's just not. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my notifications were muted for some of the live breaking news that we had. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a crazy take on most of these things. I'm pretty milquetoast on most things. I'm just like, what's reasonable at a policy level? And don't overstep policy as much as possible. And for areas like government business stuff, where the government does have to somewhat step into business, do so cautiously, try to pilot it before you just roll it out, and don't assume that your social engineering is better than what's already happening. Actually test for it. But that doesn't happen very often. But yeah, I'm very cautious about socially engineering, although I realize that there are times where the government needs to do it. Like invoking certain humanitarian working standards, I think is a good thing, for example. That's good.
You catch that? Will remain bloodless if the left.
We know when life begins. Yeah, but we don't know when personhood begins, right? Nobody cares about even like it's not even considered a pregnancy until you've successfully implanted. Like nobody gives a fuck about life beginning. Nobody cares that like the sperm has entered the egg and made a zygote, because like 50% of that shit just goes loop and pops right out the other side. Nobody cares about that. The only consistent argument for people that are like very, very, very pro-choice is life begins at implantation. That's the only consistent argument. Just to be clear, do not do the life begins at conception. Life begins when there's like new novel DNA. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about novel DNA. Nobody cares about human DNA. What they care about is implantation. Because that's at least when you can argue for like the potentiality. Nick, you're being mean. You're bullying.
Left allows it to be. I don't know what kind of point he's trying to make there, but that rhetoric has a lot of people concerned. This is not locker room talk. This is not political rhetoric. This, of course, comes in the same week the Supreme Court ruled.
All right, let's do it fully explained. I don't trust any of you to fully explain it. Three months ago. No. I'm surprised there's like no one that's actually like gone into detail about this. I guess here we are. Okay, well, there's one pro one. Here we go. Hi, Tyler.
This is a bit of a content warning. This video was essentially done and ready to upload to Nebula on the evening of Saturday, July 13th. Also on the evening of Saturday, July 13th, there was an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania with innocent people hurt and killed in what was really a pretty traumatic event for this whole nation. So not a good day to upload content of any kind, honestly, but it's a couple days further on. The Republican National Convention is in full swing, and time is really kind of running out to talk about the issues that really matter in the upcoming election. So if you personally are not ready for Project 2025 content, I can totally understand that. Maybe save this one for later or just don't watch it at all. But for the rest of you, let's just get to it. Slashing fuel efficiency standards on motor vehicles, redefining public transit as just Uber, prioritizing any and all legislative support for the single-family home. I wish I could tell you these were the worst ideas in Project 2025, but it gets so much worse. Just an incredible assortment
Oh, it's a sardonic line. Okay.
of idiotic policy proposals that seem designed to wreck our cities. And we're going to talk about all of it coming up next. This is City Nerd, weekly content on cities and transportation, viewer-suggested topics always welcome. And I'd already been contemplating doing something about Project 2025 for a while now because it's atrocious, it's stupid, but it's also funny in a very dark way. And recently, there was a groundswell of support from people in my Patreon Discord to do something on this. And I'm not above being persuaded by Family Guy.
Okay, we're gonna
stuff we already agree on.
move on.
Plus, it's hard for me to imagine there are still people who are on the fence about this election.
Are you familiar with the FCC Fairness Doctrine removal in 1987? I am not familiar with it. I'm getting way too distracted. We'll
But
do
you only
this
have to look
first.
at Twitter or like the front page of the New York Times to see people spending more brain cells complaining about the minutia of the Democrats' campaign tactics than they do on what the actual stakes in this election are. I mean, it's totally fine to worry about the horse race, but it's also a bit like fretting about the leaky faucet in the bathroom while there's a 5-alarm fire ripping through your neighborhood. So I'm going to basically spend this whole video laying out
His voice is so weird. It's kind of like it's like Valley Girl voice, but for men. All right. People keep talking about how the president could be doing a better job, but they're not talking about Project 2025. Is Erudite about to have a debate? No, I'm just trying to be informed.
how
That's all.
damaging it's going to be to our cities and particularly
I don't have time anymore to do my readings that I used to always try to do to like stay up to date and like improve my knowledge on political information and to do the work for Progressive Victory that I do and to do the bridges stuff and booking guests for anything else and stream. I can't do it all. So I'm going to combine streaming and researching. Unfortunately, I gotta.
transportation. If the Republican candidate for president
Are exercise balls a safe alternative to an office chair? Well, it's good because it's not shoving my shoulders forward like an office ball does. And if you check this out, ass shot. Okay, I'm sorry, Twitch. You can change your pelvic rotation so you can improve your posture. Because I tend to stick my ass out because I ride so much that I've got really tight hip flexors. So I need to roll them forward to try to relax my hip flexors, build up the lower back stability muscles. There you go.
wins the November election.
Thanks, Wolf.
But I can already hear the complaints of, well, Democrats campaign on fear and they fundraise off of all the bad things they say will happen if the other side wins, which, by the way, are true things, and Democrats would be stupid not to campaign on them. But I do want to point out that there's an extremely positive case that can be made that the Biden administration has been very, very good on a lot of the things that a lot of us care about. And
Ooh, I should look into all of this. Okay, because I have Trump bad boys, Biden bad boys, and then I also want to do Biden good and Trump good. This is for policies specifically. I'm just going to write these down. Hold on. Fuck. I just want to have on my hand when people are like, why do you like Biden so much? I have like a few things that I can think of, like tariffing the Chinese government over specifically electrical cars, I think was a really, really good move.
the Biden administration has been very, very good on a lot of the
I'm not going to give him this one. That's probably more of a COVID one. The infrastructure law was super good. Infrastructure law. PACT Act.
The things that a lot of us care about. And that isn't what
What are
this
these
video is about.
bipartisan?
It's definitely something that just doesn't.
Bipartisan. Do you leave it up or take it down in shame? I leave it up. I don't take anything down. I just members only it. That way people can't clip me out of... It's really hard to chimp me if things are members only, because any clip that you make maliciously in a live stream, most malicious people aren't willing to pay for members to go and get a nasty clip of me again. So, and I did that when people were emailing my old workplace about me, which actually has had a major loss for me recently, I've realized. I won't get into that though. That's more of like a Trump bad than a Biden good. Strengthened. What did your old place work you? I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to go into it. And to be clear, it might not be Sunday. There was another little group of people that were contacting my old workplace. It was out of the Max community a while ago. It had nothing to do with Sunday. How many coincidences happen before you see the attempt on Trump's life was that the direction it was headed? Wait, what? You must be talking to somebody else. Twitch is having a battle. The Twitchers are battling for their life. I guess while I'm doing all this, if you'd like to support me, you can do so easily by subscribe to my Patreon. I've been uploading a lot more on there. That's like the #1 way to support me. I'm doing these videos now. I'm going to try to do them more often, where when I'm filming to go to the horses or whatever, and I have any thoughts, I film them on my phone, and we edit them up a little bit, clean them up, and then throw them on Patreon. Very fun, very good time. So if you enjoy like my content specifically for like how I think and me like wrestling through things and posing myself questions, Patreon is definitely a good place to go. There's also doggo stuff. The alerts, I don't know if they're working. It feels like everything got broken somehow. Marijuana. I do have a Patreon.
Get talked about enough. For today, I'm only talking about the city and transportation aspects of what's in the Project 2025 document. And I think we're going to agree that those things are largely very bad, but it's just a small piece of what's in the overall document, which is full of all...
Raising the retirement age. I don't know if I'm opposed to that. Didn't go well for Macron, though. I can't tell who Toby is talking to. I can't tell if Toby's yelling at me or Peacecraft. I don't believe in conspiracy theories by and large, except, you know what conspiracy theory I absolutely believe in? It is that Fidel Castro is the biological father of Trudeau. Okay? I will never be moved on that. I don't even care if there's not good evidence. It's true in my heart. Okay? It's just also non-consequential. Like, I don't care. Man, you guys are mad in the chat. Guys, it's okay. I have a feeling I'm going to lose interest soon. Okay. Feels like a weirdly mean thing to say, but fair enough. You definitely don't need to pay for anything that you don't want to. especially because just by watching, you're fundamentally paying me. Like there's no such thing as like free watching. Well, that's not totally true. If you watch my live stream, I typically have it demonetized just because I say a lot of inappropriate things. Like I swear a lot and stuff, so it's just easier. Or I make kind of on the line jokes. So if you watch my live stream, I don't think I make like any money from that, unless you're like donating, or if you're watching, if you have like YouTube Prime, that premium, sorry.
Sorts of super enlightened stuff that's definitely aimed at making this a better country and not a Dark Ages white Christian nationalist ethno-state. But I'm not going to talk about any of that. You decide if it's important to you. Okay, let's get into what Project 2025 actually is. The document is actually called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. Maybe Conservative Threat would have been more accurate, but either way, I find the actual title of the document a lot more ominous than Project 2025, which is really kind of anodyne. The document is from the Heritage Foundation, which was founded in the 1970s and quickly became very influential in the Reagan administration. In fact, in January 1981, right at the outset of the Reagan presidency, the Heritage Foundation published a document called, take a wild guess, Mandate for Leadership, which was a comprehensive set of recommendations centered on important policy goals like cutting taxes for rich people and gutting pesky environmental regulations. Well, over half the document's recommendations were implemented in the first year of that administration, and the Heritage Foundation has only grown more
By the end of the year, more than 60% of its recommendations had become policy. Interesting. I always forget the extra A in Reagan's name. 60% of the documents recommendations became policy. I am so hungry. Oh my gosh. Did I eat anything today?
influential since then. All of this is to say, this isn't a new thing, but as you're going to see, it's just a lot more insidious now. Okay, one more thing to
Exegetics and Christian nationalism. Oh, interesting. I have not.
address before I get into what's actually in Project 2025, which is
Peacecraft, bring the level down. If you continue to insult my chat and calling them autists and all these sort of things, just depart. We will time you out. Just bring the temperature down.
Is that the guy it's aimed at claims ignorance about all of it. Certainly you can decide whether to take this at face value or not. I mean, the guy does have an immaculate track record of scrupulous truth-telling, but if you're really wondering whether he actually takes recommendations from ultra-conservative think tanks, I'd urge you to consider not only who he nominated for the Supreme Court, but the 230-odd other federal judicial appointments he made, and where he got that list of nominees from. Okay, let's get to the actual document, which is a 920-page opus that's just chock full of brilliant ideas. And I just have to share the opening call to action. We want you. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now part of it. Like, they just open with a curse. The document has separate chapters discussing in detail all the specific actions the incoming administration should take in order to make every department and agency in the federal government immeasurably more useless. I mostly want to talk about transportation here, but let's hit the chapter on housing and urban development really quick, because it crystallizes a big theme that runs through this whole document, which is the idea of getting rid of competent administrators and replacing them with partisan hacks. I mean, political appointees. It would be totally
should immediately assign all delegated powers to politically appointed PDAS and DAS. I feel like I should just read Project 25 if he's just going to pull directly from it. I want to know what he thinks about the housing stuff, because that's a specialty, not all this other shit. Okay. You're a big boy. He's a big boy. It's a big boy. 922 pages. Holy shit. All right, the White House office. We want you. It's a conservative movement. Unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration. History teaches that a president's power to implement an agenda is at its apex during the administration's opening days. To execute requires a well-conceived, coordinated, unified plan and trained, committed cadre. Whew. Bro, this is so spooky. This project is built upon 4 pillars. 4 pillars of 2025. This volume puts in place a consensus view of how major federal agencies must be governed, and where disagreement exists, brackets out these differences for the next president to choose a path. Pillar 2 is a personal database that allows candidates to build their own professional profiles, and our coalition members to review and voice their recommendations. These recommendations will then be collated and shared with the president-elect's team, greatly streamlining the appointment process. The Presidential Administration Academy, an online educational system taught by experts from our coalition. For the newcomer, this will explain how the government functions and how to function in the government. For the experienced, we will host in-person seminars with advanced training and set the bar for what is expected of senior leadership. We're forming agency teams and drafting transition plans to move out upon the president's utterance of "So help me God." What the fuck is this? Holy shit. Americans, by the way. This is crazy. Oh, of course it's not integrating nicely. Kill me. Fine, I'm doing it like this. We're just doing pictures. I'm not fucking typing this shit all up. Okay, authors. I'm sure there's interesting stuff here, just to be clear. I just don't care. This is a big old list. Vought. I knew it. Vaught's on it. Spooky ooky. Am I going to read the whole thing? Probably not the whole thing. A lot of the Heritage Foundation, yeah. DJ. The DJs are in on it, guys. Uh-oh. Holy. Forward. Nope. Don't care. America's Bicentennial, which culminated which take place. So this is really well written. America's now divided between two opposing forces, woke revolutionaries and those who believe in the ideals of the American Revolution. The former believes that America is and always has been systemically racist, and that it's not worth celebrating unless be fundamentally transformed largely through centralized administrative state. The latter believe in America's history and heroes, its principles and promise, and in everyday Americans and the American way of life. Holy shit. All right, James Madison, Federalist. Abraham Lincoln warned that the greatest threat to America would come not from without, but from within. This is evident today, whether it be to mask and vaccine mandates. Oh, no. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Russ Vought writes in Chapter 2, the modern conservative president's task is to limit and control and direct the executive branch on behalf of the American people. At the core, the executive power shall be vested in the President of the United States. It is the president's agenda that should matter to the department and agencies, not their own. Yet the federal bureaucracy has a mind of its own. Federal employees are often ideologically aligned, not with the majority of American people, but with the one another, posing a profound problem for the Republican government, a government on and by and for. I feel like this is going to be a very good insight into the way that Republicans think. If we're going to do this, though, I am going to need music. Hold on. Let's see if Spotify's got some DMCA free. I think it does. I should just do Epidemic Sound, though. I should not be stupid. It's loud, though. Where's the volume? Go away. I'm super satisfied. Thank you. What the fuck? Where's the volume? That should not be something that goes away when you minimize this. All right, federal bureaucracy has a mind of its own, and federal employees are often ideologically aligned with the majority. As Donald Devine, as Clark and Paul Dan writes in Chapter 3, an autonomous bureaucracy has neither independent constitutional status nor a separate moral legitimacy. Byzantine personnel rules provide the bureaucrats with their chief means of self-protection. What's more, knowledge of such rules is used to thwart the president's appointees and agenda. As Devin Kirkendall writes, managing the immense bureaucracy of the federal government is impossible without understanding the key central personnel agencies and their governing laws and regulations. Interesting. Many of these laws and regulations governing a largely underworked, overcompensated, and unaccountable federal civilian workforce are so irrational that they would be comical in a less important context. This is true whether it comes to evaluating employees' performance or hiring new employees. Only in the federal government could an applicant in the hiring process be sent to the front of the line because of a history of drug addiction or alcoholism, or due to morbid obesity, irritable bowel syndrome, or a psychiatric disorder. Yikers. Claims federal staff are applicants are thrust to the front of the line for disability, basically, and mental illness. Debate cheat sheet. This is like 155 pages long, just to be clear. This is just where I put all my notes. So basically DEI. Administration should insist that federal government's hiring evaluation. I'm assuming there's going to be no citations for any of this. In order to carry the president's desires, political appointees must be given the tools, knowledge, and support to overcome the federal government's obstructionist HR departments. Oh no, they're very anti-HR. The new administration must fill its ranks with political appointees. Yes, that's good. That's good. Thank you. Fuck. That is very interesting. Who appointed political appointees? Devin, Kirk, and Dans observed that the Trump administration appointed fewer political appointees in its first few months in office than any other recent presidency. This left career employees in charge of many places. This can occur even after departments have been fully staffed with political appointees. Vaught writes, so funny that he's named Vaught, that the White House Office of Management and Budget should establish a reputation as the keeper of the commander's intent. Yet OMB is dominated by career employees who often try to overrule political appointees serving in various executive departments. Empowering political appointees across the administration is crucial to presidential success. Okay, it's crazy. I was literally just talking about bureaucracy and balance of power with my Discord. And just to be clear, I could be wrong about all of this, but my understanding is that essentially we were actually talking with somebody in my Discord who's a monarchist. But they're a monarchist in the way of being like, a perfect monarchy doesn't exist, it never will. And so like I would never actually advocate for it. But something that's really, really interesting about bureaucracy, which to be clear is the bane of my existence as well, is that it's really, really hard to create balances of power in a political system that doesn't employ bureaucracy. But the problem with bureaucracy is that it does decrease political accountability and just like functional accountability, right? So this is why everyone has probably experienced this. You go to like some workers' compensation office or something like that, and your success can by and large be determined by a tyrannical piece of shit office worker or government employee. If they're just having a bad day and they hate you, you're fucked. You're fucked and you got to go back to the beginning. So bureaucracy is really, really annoying. The issue is that say we started a monarchy, because this is in part, you need to understand how the founding fathers thought about a lot of this, because as much as people like to say, we're a republic, not a democracy, the founding fathers rejected like the Machiavellian understanding of a republic. The reason that they don't like democracy in the founding Federalist letters is because democracy in their minds was associated with a Greek democracy, which they were not for. They didn't want like a Greek democracy because they viewed it as anarchy. The republic system that later became what we know as a liberal democracy was exactly what the founding fathers wanted. Just to be super clear, we just didn't have the language for it because democracy meant ancient Greek democracy to them at the time, which is why they use the word republic, even though they reject, by and large, Machiavellian styles of republics. Okay, so when you have a monarchy, so this is the problem with a monarchy, all right? If you're a monarchist and say you believe in God, so this is the person I was talking to. I believe in a monarchy, and I think it would be the best, but it would only be the best if the monarch could be guaranteed to not abuse their power, to actually honor, in his mind, God and God's will, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The issue is, in a monarchy, how do you create a balance of power that prevents like bad monarchs? That's where you start establishing institutions to balance power. That's like the fundamentals of what the founding fathers were doing, is they were looking at the monarchy of Britain and going, this doesn't work at all. So we need to do something different. And there's a number of important questions that they asked, to be clear. But one of the important questions was, how do we balance power? And this is where the three branches come from, right? This is why they all can work a little bit against each other. They can all stop each other. This is why to like do major like ratifications to the Constitution, for example, 2/3 of the House and the Senate have to agree to it. These checks and balances, which fundamentally become bureaucracy, is established so that when you have a bad king, essentially, the king can be corrected. It protects us from a bad king. This is why the checks and balances can be super, super important. Yes, Kyla, those checks at the House and Senate and SCOTUS, not some mid-level manager fucktard in some organization. That's not true, because the checks and balances have to exist at the federal level, but also at the state level, and then also at the municipal level, right? It has to happen all the way across. And I'll be the first to agree, for example, that probably we have an over-bureaucrat democracy and we need to like audit our democracy, audit our bureaucrats, figure out who's getting paid what, kind of look at their tenure and their job protectionism and evaluate them a little more. I'd be happy to kind of clean up the bureaucracy within the within Canada or America, to be honest. The issue is that bureaucracy is necessary to some degree to run a very, very large country, and B, to maintain a balance of power. This is what bureaucracy does. And so when people talk about bureaucrats and how bad they are and how they're being used to like steal away from the president, that's the point. That is the purpose of these things. And when people who are anti this, like SCOTUS right now, who's trying to expand executive power and strip it like the legislative power, that's concerning, because these balances of power are fundamental to what America was made to be. That's why these balances exist necessarily, despite all of the annoying shit that comes with the balances of power. All right? It's grown too large now, and its only interest is itself. It has grown too large. I'll agree. Is its interest itself? Sometimes. Definitely. I don't think it's all the time, right? I think the average government worker, by and large, is like trying to do their job, and their job is by and large directed at like serving the purpose of that institution, whatever it happens to be, towards the people. The issue is that this gets fucked up with a lack of auditing policy, right? If you get a new person into a position of power, do they go back and audit all of the, at this point now, like 200 years worth of weird policy that might still be existing? What needs to be overturned? People are definitely being overpaid. And I wouldn't be surprised to find out that job evaluation isn't sufficient. But to be clear, It's very hard to job evaluate. It's very, very hard to know which metrics matter the most to ensure that a manager, a mid-level manager, for example, in a government institution is doing their job well. We don't have adequate checks and balances and we need more regulation. I mean, we probably need auditing and then more regulation. But the problem is that no one's ever going to vote for that, like ever. It's just so unsexy. I don't know how you sell a populist on being like, all right, guys, we're going to audit the Department of Justice. People are going to be like, what? Because it sounds spooky. That the court reduced legislative power. Sorry. Chevron, they increased it. No, they decreased it. It cut back the power of federal agencies to interpret and administer laws in the way that they want. What did I say? Or just DM me. I don't remember what I said now. I will correct my misspeak once I understand what you're saying. Sorry. You claim the court is expanding the executive's authority, but those agencies are exec. Right. Chevron decreased exec authority, and then the Trump unity theoretically didn't expand it precisely, but it was it creates like this weird coverage for like bad behavior. There you go. Sorry. Yes. Chevron decreased power where Project 2025 and also you could argue the immunity increased it. Oh, we're arguing over what was def a misspeak. I'm sorry. Have I corrected it? Now there's so many negatives in one sentence. Just look up the Chevron defense. I have looked up the Chevron defense. It's a major ruling that cut back sharply on the power of the federal agencies, and now it's been undone. So, yes, Chevron gave more power to the federal agencies, and it's been struck down, which decreases the power, right? Am I getting that right, or am I having too many negatives? Overturning Chevron reduces executive authority. Yes, okay, thank you. We're getting into like triple negatives now. Okay, we got there. Thank you, guys. Also, flow route. Let's go back to Project 2025. Bureaucracy. Basically, all I'm saying is that like you can't get away without bureaucracy. And then when you hear people like using this weird dog whistle about bureaucracy, just immediately go, what are you talking about? Because no bureaucracy at all does mean some sort of authoritarianism to some degree. Not always necessarily, but I genuinely don't know how you have a liberal democracy without some level of bureaucracy. All right. Thought rights of the White House, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Above all, the president and those who serve under him or her must be committed to the Constitution, rule of law. Just trying to get Democrats to see your point of view. I'm not a Democrat. I'm neither. I'm open to it. The problem is that like so often when I feel like I'm dealing with Americans, they just are like, what about this one really specific thing? And I'm like, I don't know about it. I don't know. And it might be in your favor. I'm just willing to grant that. That just doesn't change. Like, the problem is that like I'm not zoomed in on the trees. I'm zoomed out for the forest as well. If it was possible, we wouldn't be in this situation. That's not true. Kill me. Right. Above all, the president and those who rule under him. This is particularly true of a conservative administration, which knows that the president is there to uphold the Constitution, not the other way around. If a conservative administration does not respect the Constitution, no administration will. In Chapter 1, the former Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Rick Dearborn, writes that the White House Counsel must take seriously the duty to protect the power and privileges of the president from encroachments by Congress. Okay, hold on.
He was really not on board with Donald Trump, okay? His name, Thomas Matthew Crooks. Turns out he wasn't really on board with Joe Biden either. Donald Trump happened to be in distance, in the appropriate distance for him. All things considered.
Bad faith, Backman. Okay, one second.
Anyway.
I need food. Just give me 1 second. Oh God.
Yeah, Trump losing his incumbency advantage should be evidence enough. Yes.
I'll talk about
Donald
Hassan's the
Trump
only
is
person I'm willing to
not-
put on and walk
Donald
away
Trump
from. Okay.
is not a fucking popular person. He's a very polarizing candidate, and he's also a very unpopular candidate. Okay, he is perhaps one of the best candidates that the Democratic Party at this stage could run against. And the Republican Party recognized that reality, which is why they tried to get him out. But one thing that I forgot to mention, and I keep saying I was going to talk about this, and I keep forgetting because I get sidetracked over and over again. The one thing that I keep forgetting is immigration. The pro-immigration sentiment is untested. What the Democrats need to do is actively be like, oh, you want to fucking... Right now, there's a 60% approval rating for deporting every single migrant living on U.S. soil. Okay? That is insane. And I don't think people understand how fucking scary that is. But the reason for that is because this narrative is uncontested. Okay? That's Pew Center research studies conducted on the matter. Okay? That is uncontested. What do I mean by this? Not a single fucking person on the Democratic ticket has turned around and said, how do you suppose we do this? Okay? How do you suppose we do that? Walk them through the steps.
Does anybody know what he's talking about?
Population objectively hated when Donald Trump used family separation as a deterrence policy. Because at the end of the day, even a fucking Nazi doesn't want to be called a Nazi. Even a Klans member does not want to be called a racist. Okay? When push comes to shove and you start imagining what that policy would look like in real life, you will cause genuine distaste in the broader population for mass deportation. These fucking freaks had mass deportation signs at the RNC, and that is on the Democrats. Make no mistake, that is entirely on the Democratic Party, because these fucking cowards have not, for even one moment, turned around and went, mass deportation? Excuse me, how will we do that?
Okay,
Do you want?
I think I found where he's getting it from.
People might actually think they're supporting kicking everyone who is not here legally out, which is what the question was. That was Margaret Brennan. We have people here who are perhaps a little bit smarter at understanding the American populace than Margaret Brennan. Lauren Wright, associate research scholar and lecturer at Princeton University. Chris Hahn, News Nation political contributor, host of the Aggressive Progressive podcast. You've got lots to say. Hold on for a second.
Wait, it's undocumented. Even if this is true, it's still undocumented, not legal immigrants, which Hassan said legal.
Is it possible that that's actually what people support? Is 62% of Americans want people who are here illegally gone?
Yes, and it's also possible. You know what's crazy to me to think about as a streamer? I always think about the fact that so many people just like make shit up all the time. But I've cultivated an audience that's very dedicated to like thinking well, which means you guys will call me out so quickly if I misspeak, or like, even more importantly, if I'm just incorrect about my understanding about something. Which I totally had Chevron flipped in my head. It wasn't just a misspeak. I had just like flipped in my head what it meant. I had it down pat and then I forgot about it. Thank you. But my life would be easier if I could get away with saying wild shit.
Possible. They just look at the border footage and they look at the footage like you just cited in New York and said, whatever this is, I don't want that. It doesn't have to be that complicated. People understand this on a very basic level. And the unfortunate part is the crisis is so bad and the policies are so inconsistent that for the first time In 10 years, we've seen the least support for legal immigration. We've seen that number go down. We've seen the number go down of people that think people are here for a good, relatable reason go down to the lowest level since 2013. And so it's really having an impact on a much larger scale than even what you just said, Leland.
I could see Americans answering that question that way, but I could also see Americans flip-flopping when you start rounding people up and sending them across the border.
And they did.
Right, and that's what would happen. So I think if you ask Americans, do you want people to be here illegally, you're going to get an answer, 60, maybe even more, that say, no, of course not. If people are coming here illegally, they shouldn't be here, they should be sent home, until you start actually sending them home. Until they start realizing who some of those immigrants are.
There is a visceral anger within America, right? The idea of rounding people up and deporting them is not really an American concept.
Totally
not. If you go back to the 1990s.
And I want to hear more from them. They're calling me a racist because I said that, you know, he like demanding concentration camps for tens of millions of people that currently live in the United States of America is crazy. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I hope it's not just you who understands where I'm coming from. I hope that the Democratic Party heeds this warning as well. Based. This is one of your greatest takes because it applies to so many Dem shortcomings. Thank you, beautiful makeup man. I know I have fucking eyeliner on right now because I was at a shoot and I couldn't take it off as best as I wanted to.
Why would you be a hyper-progressive communist and be embarrassed about
As a
eyeliner
nonpartisan having
as
to
a
choose who
dude?
to vote for, my vote will be for Trump. Okay.
The new era of business is here. Use generative AI on AWS to optimize production
Why am I having ads?
and scale your business from local to global.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That was so loud. Do a funny. Well, I can continue my Resology. I'd love to. I don't know when I'm going to have time to write scripts and stuff, but I'd like to. It was fun. It was fun to make. Boring.
Can you tell me what the problem is with undocumented migrants coming across the border to seek asylum legally? Is there a thing you can point to with the exception of like one or two high-profile crimes that have happened? Because consistently, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Okay? Because if you can point to like actual harm being conducted directly in the hands of these undocumented migrants, you know, maybe we can have a conversation on those boundaries. Because right now you're just saying, I kind of just don't like it on vibes alone. Human trafficking by cartels, drugs, terrorists, great. Human trafficking by cartels is entirely a consequence of the border policies being ruthless and incredibly restrictive. If there is a legal pathway to actually coming into the United States and getting processed adequately and in a swift manner, then there is no human trafficking. You've eliminated that. Drugs, that's another good point. According to the Department of Homeland Security, more than 90% of the drugs that are coming over the border, that are coming into the United States of America, come from routine points of entry. This means that they're not actually coming over the border with regular, like, Guatemalan abuelas sneaking the fucking metric tons of fentanyl, but instead they're coming with American citizens that actually have American citizenship and have American cars with American license plates that go down to Mexico and get their cars chopped up and have fentanyl packaged inside of their cars. Because at the end of the day, if you wanted to ship in metric tons of fentanyl or cocaine into this nation, into this beautiful nation, you probably wouldn't be able to get away with doing that by shoving it under the belly and in the pockets of a bunch of migrants, right? Because they have a tendency to scatter. It's very hard to keep track of. Think about it a little bit and you will recognize it, even if you don't believe the empirical evidence shown by the Department of Homeland Security, which you might think is like captured by woke. So,
which is hilarious because the DOJ is not loved by the woke either. I wouldn't be surprised. Over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal checkpoints when crossing law. Okay, I'm good. I assumed either's right. I was just, if I'm going to fact check Biden, I may as well fact check my own side when I agree with them, right?
Simply processing people that are coming into this country with
misleading stat because it only counts for what we
does
catch.
not mean open borders. It means there's better control. There's better mechanisms of control in terms of who.
Yes, it's only what we catch, but even if you look at like per capita of the people that we're catching, almost all of it is going to be coming. I mean, that just makes sense, to be clear. It's going to be extremely hard to smuggle large amounts of drugs over the border on like people alone. Just like hoofing it and like crawling through their like tunnels to the USA and stuff like that. It's going to be a lot more effective. First, last, you're welcome to stay and get to know me. I'm not an extension of any man. You can just ask me my opinions. I disagree with Fosh about lots of things. I disagree with Destiny about lots of things. I did not have that conversation with Destiny, no. You can just engage with me. You don't have to engage with ghosts of me. I'm right here. And cartels don't buy subs and drones. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, to be honest. Under 2.02% of people arrested by Border Control for crossing illegally possessed any fentanyl whatsoever. Fentanyl is easier to conceal. During the travel restrictions, fentanyl seizures quadrupled. Fentanyl went from 1/3 to 90%. Annual deaths from fentanyl nearly doubled. Okay, gotcha.
You are the one who made this conflation first and foremost. Said immigration and border security are separate issues. Conflating them is a mistake. But you also fucking simultaneously said drugs and terrorists. By the way, the last smoke I have is for the terrorism. Okay?
What?
Let me get to that part as well, and then we'll get back down to it. 90% of domestic terror that occurs on U.S. soil does not happen with foreign-born terrorism, okay? It's not foreign-born or migrants that are doing terror. It's actually homegrown white supremacists. Far-right anti-government extremists comprise the overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents post 9/11 and even pre-9/11. 9/11 is actually...
I hate libs of TikTok. Is this gonna be her laughing? Is it actually just her laughing? This feels racist. I don't know what they're getting at. She laughs too much? I'm sorry. The last criticism on my list for any goddamn president is that they laugh too much, okay? Thank God somebody's laughing, okay? What?
You know, what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Population control? What? In the name of climate change, Kamala Harris wants to invest in reduced population.
When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
I'd have to see what the fuck they're talking about here. I cannot believe. God, ready? She meant pollution. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just literally a misspeak. come on, population control isn't just some unknown feature of progressivism. I would be shocked if Kamala Harris, who is not that progressive,
invest in clean energy, and
I'm cursed, would be pro population reduction. Just so it's clear, stability boomers and NIMBYs don't like that type of rhetoric. Most normalies don't like it. Yeah, that bothers people when they hear a politician talk about reducing population. Okay, but if your first response isn't, why is this clip 12 seconds? And is it actually true that she wants... Pretend you want engagement. You know what, first, last, why don't you join my Discord and we can talk, okay? I'm going to hop in. I'm going to hop in my Discord right now, okay? And you can hop in the waiting room and you can come and talk to me right now. Whatever you think that I'm not willing to engage over. Genuinely, you can just come talk to me. Just be clear, if you're dumb, mean, and wrong the whole time, I'm going to be dumb, mean, I'm going to be mean back. All right? But Andrew, you're totally welcome to join. First, last, you're totally welcome to join. Can somebody put my Discord invitation in the YouTube chat for them? And just so it's clear, if you're going to talk this much shit about how I won't talk about things, now I want a VC? Yeah, I feel like the best way to talk about things is VC. Yes. Sorry, do you think that maybe you typing angrily in my chat and me getting to talk at length is a better method? Because I'm willing to hear you out. I just don't really know what your issue is. Be right there. Awesome. Ow. Damn, Hyperaggressive got a banger of a tweet.
Tantrums. Sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one. Grab him by the... She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally.
This is so bad.
He's owned by the big banks. She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala.
First of all, she had that shit prepped. She was fucking ready. She was ready for that. The music's not bad, actually. I don't mind it. The problem is that it's kind of young, cool music with very boomer-esque, we're down with the peeps, with the people, with the folks of town. You can hop in the waiting room first and last or whatever your name is. That's crazy. Why don't they just hire any progressive YouTube channel or anything like that just to run half their PR for them? Please. Please. First, last, you're still typing in my chat. You said you're coming into voice chat. Just get in here already. Open waiting room. I'll see you and then I'll drag you in. I promise. All right. Unscripted conflict for Kamala Harris. Let's see.
A question from the senator from Texas. So I'm happy to entertain a question from the senator from Texas, and then I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Madam President, I wonder if the senator would tell me the bill that the Police Act that it sounds like are the Democratic Conference intends to block tomorrow includes the anti-lynching legislation that you and Senator Booker have championed. Are you aware of that?
The same one that Rand Paul obstructed a couple weeks ago? Yes, I am aware of that.
So you're going to block, Madam President, so the senators are going to block their own anti-lynching bill by their vote tomorrow?
Absolutely not, and I think that it is important that we not distract the American people from the task at hand. We cannot pull out a specific component of this bill and leave everything else in the garbage bin. And that is the logical and actual and practical conclusion of where you're going with the suggestion that we would sacrifice issues like no-knock warrants, issues like national standard for use of force, issues like the need for independent investigations of police misconduct, issues like pattern and practice investigations with subpoena power for the United States Department of Justice in sake of one. It's like asking a mother, save one of your children and leave the others.
Madam President, would the senator yield for another question?
Absolutely.
Madam President, is the senator certainly is familiar with the rules of the Senate, which allow senators to offer amendments to improve legislation once we get on it. But if the Democratic Conference is going to prevent the Senate from actually getting on the bill, there's no opportunity for anyone, any senator, you or any one of us, to offer amendments to improve it. And I would further ask the senator, aren't you aware of the fact that there are...
Who the fuck just said that she talks and talks and talks and never says anything? I literally don't understand it. You could have that conclusion. Also, I've noticed first, last, still not in chat, but gotcha.
Are 60 vote thresholds on the back end so that if we get on the bill and you don't like the way it turns out, you can block it on the back end. But is the senator aware of those options that she has?
Well, Senator Cornyn, you and I both serve, and we are honored to serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee, as does Senator Booker, Senator Durbin. We all serve on the Judiciary Committee. The two Senate authors of this...
Just come in the voice chat. You've been like such a little keyboard warrior. I don't understand why you don't hop. And then you were like laughing. Then you said, I'll be there soon. Andrew Schnatter. Feel free to hop in. We can talk. This video is from 4 years ago.
This bill serve with you on the Senate Judiciary.
I just don't know how you listen to that and be like, saying a lot, but not saying anything at all. Unless you're just meaning the other person. Because I feel like this was pretty solid.
Judiciary Committee. As you know, because we've been present together during our most recent hearings, we have asked that there would be a meaningful discussion of the Justice and Policing Act in that committee. None has occurred. So if we're going to talk about process, let us look at all the tools that are available to well-intentioned, well-meaning legislators if the goal is actually to solve and address the issue at hand. I've seen no evidence of that. I've seen no evidence of, in fact, what I've seen reading some of the newspapers, sometimes they get...
Honestly, she's kind of killing it unscripted here.
...things wrong, but if they
this
got
is
it
impressive.
right, the Senate leader said that he has no interest in engaging in that kind of discussion or debate before putting the bill on the floor for a vote tomorrow.
Madam President, may I ask one last question of the senator?
Bros don't feed the trolls, they're cowards. I know that they're cowards. That's why I tell them to fucking get in voice chat, okay? Hubert, you're literally not even in there. There's no one in the waiting room right now, okay? Look it. Hold on, I'm just gonna scroll down so people can't see all the messages that I have. Look it, no one in waiting room, all right? No one, not a one.
What I'm trying to fathom, Madam President, is why the senator would rather have these negotiations occur behind closed doors as opposed to here on the floor of the Senate for the American people to see broadcast on television. Don't you think that sort of interaction and debate and negotiation out in front of all 330 million Americans would be beneficial to healing our country and coming to some consensus about what the appropriate reforms should be?
Indeed, that is the beauty of the Judiciary Committee. Our meetings are public meetings.
Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. All right. We'll try this disclaimer person. Hello.
Hello.
Who are you in chat?
I'm disclaimer.
What are you here to debate with me about? Be quick.
I don't know. I'm fucking bored, but yeah. I think the Democratic Party, I also agree that they need a better fucking PR firm. I think
you can't be here to agree. I'm gonna kick you out, okay? You can't be here to agree. You have to be here to disagree.
All right, there's one thing I disagree with. I think music in general for PR should be better. I feel like people should
okay,
actually.
I'm sorry. I love you. Thanks for coming on. No shot am I talking with you about this. Okay, sorry.
I will now conclude my remarks by saying that
if that wasn't the longest 10 seconds of Senator Cornyn's life, I don't know what was. Now, what's happening here is that Republican John Cornyn is trying to...
Oh, it's a young Brian Tyler. Oh, he's so cute. So baby.
The narrative against mass deportation is untested. Even the narrative for mass deportation is untested. Absolutely zero fucking Democrats have been like, how are we going to do mass deportation? You know? No one is asking that question. Walk Republicans through the steps of mass deportation and watch the rest of the country
Bad
go,
faith,
okay,
obviously.
maybe that's a little bit too far. But it's not like the media is going to do that on their own because they're fucking cowards too. The Democrats need to demonstrate a little bit of leadership. They need to do something that's like, you know, good for them in terms of winning the election.
I'm so tired of
Hassan,
bad
if
faith
you're unbiased,
arguments.
why don't you get invited to unbiased networks?
Oh yeah,
like MSNBC or Fox. Wait, what?
awful
I never said
person.
I'm not. I never said I'm unbiased. But this is a bait, right? This is a joke. He's saying unbiased networks like Fox and MSNBC, neither of which are unbiased. Yeah. Oh, the worst part about it. The craziest part is Texas is dumping a shitload of money into
Destiny's
busing
Son.
migrants to other parts of the country. And this was back in February. They've done worse since then. But back in February, the craziest part is it's Venezuelans for the...
Okay, I don't care what he's talking about. Okay, Trump, your turn to drop out. Oh my goodness. Why would he ever do that?
Between President Biden and former President Trump.
And the more accurate betting odds say a Biden-Trump rematch is probable. That's odd, since most Americans don't like either man.
Joe Biden is the second most unpopular president in modern U.S. history.
And Donald Trump is even more unpopular than Joe Biden.
There's a good reason people don't like them. Trump is mean.
You're a nasty person. That guy's got a serious weight problem.
He mocks people.
I don't remember.
He hires people, then calls them incompetent. He stiffs contractors and often doesn't pay little people who worked for him. And finally, he's just divisive.
Radical left lunatics, maniacs, and perverts.
But Biden is divisive, too. Running for office, he promised.
I will draw on the best of us, not the worst.
But now that he's president, he attacks his opponents as...
full of anger, violence, hate, and division.
Both Trump and Biden lie to us. Trump lies even about unimportant things, like the crowd at his inauguration, the ratings of his TV show, even about winning a non-existent Man of the Year award. And of course, he lies about big things.
We won this election, and we won it by a landslide.
But he knows it wasn't a landslide, and reportedly knows he lost.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
But Biden's deceitful, too. When Georgia said voters should show an ID, Biden said,
This is Jim Crow on steroids.
He kept repeating that.
Jim Crow 2.0.
But that's just not fair. Jim Crow stopped black people from voting. After Georgia's law passed, 0% of black voters in Georgia said they had a poor voting experience.
Why is it that
Joe
Biden...
That doesn't mean anything. Oh, I'm tired. I hate bad faith arguments. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. The biggest threat to our society is bad thinking and bad faith and like how popular bad faith is. And just to be clear, if I want to trend on Twitter, if I ever want to trend, I know exactly what to post, which is something partisan and something bad faith. It's wild. It'll get like 3,000 likes. If I post something decently nuanced and thoughtful, it ain't going anywhere. Nobody gives a shit. Drives me crazy. Trump is that boss that takes all the credit and blames you for his failures, for sure. And just like lies to you constantly and like pressures you to do illegal shit. And then when you're like, here, Trump daddy, I did that illegal thing for you. He's like, why'd you do illegal things? I certainly didn't want you to do illegal things for me. My goodness, Wick is so doomer-pilled. I couldn't express my level of disappointment. What comes next, I don't know. He didn't explicitly endorse Harris. This wasn't a handoff, and that worries me even more. When people look back on 2024, I think they'll be able to point to this moment of when we lost. Quote me when it's Kamala 10 plus. I don't feel like there's any need to be doomer. Like my entire position this whole time about whether we should like continue to pressure him to whether Biden should step down was basically like, it's kind of unprecedented times. It's an unprecedented move. It might be good. It might be really bad. It's really hard to know. It kind of depends on who we pivot to. But like, I don't know. If some people want to do it, you should try. But also, if we do it and then we fail, we can't point and be like, if we hadn't got rid of Biden, then we would have won. Like, it's just like, there's just no way to know this shit. Who knows?
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
I'm just living that life. Fun Dutch cult classic, but I still pop every time my track drops. You're jealous. I'm just living that life.
Isn't the Democratic Party the side of like artists? Come on, guys. We could do this, all right? Aren't there way more artists in the Democratic Party than the Republican? How the fuck is this your PR again?
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
So loud. I'm sorry, I'm turning it down. How the fuck does this have 63,000 likes?
I love Vance.
And here's the thing, okay? Dems are so dumb. They genuinely just think that views and likes is what like wins elections. As long as people are looking at it and liking it, then it's good. It's like, that doesn't transfer to votes. It just doesn't transfer to votes. That's not enough. But that's basically all the Dems think about because they're so out of touch when it comes to social media. It's wild.
Diagrams. I really do. I love Venn diagrams. It's just something about those three circles and
oh boy. Okay. Oh, she took his. Oh my God, she didn't give credit to the original guy. Oh boy. Give credit to the original creator for this edit. All right. We're going back here, okay? I'm watching for when anything else goes live. Is it live yet? Let's see. Destiny is calling me. There we go.
Business
somebody? Probably not. It's Sunday, though. It's so weird that they're doing it today. No! Fuck. Why do I keep getting fucking ads?
Probably expect there's going to be events like this happening. Like, I don't know if that's true. Can you think of some very insane policies from Biden that might be something that someone on the right could disagree with? Maybe like a policy that caused your entire town to like lose their job and have all of your families go into poverty or something. I'm sure there's some bullshit like that. Like I don't know what it is. Maybe getting rid of coal mining or something like that. You see your entire town just fucked. Like everyone there is fucked with no support. Like, fuck you, coal mining's banned, get fucked. See ya, Appalachia, or something. And I'm not saying that that's something Biden did, but I think we can agree there probably was policies that he did do that caused events like that. Now,
I love
those
Dan.
people?
I think it's different. Like if Congress is passing laws, then as an American citizen, part of what you kind of sign up for is the legislature passes laws, and there are going to be some things that you don't like, but you kind of have
God bless Dan. Good job. Destiny needs to fucking chill out. I mean, he doesn't have to do anything, but holy shit. I still haven't talked to him yet. I really need to make time to do that. It's just tough. I never want to interrupt him when he's like talking to other people. And then when there's like 17,000 people tuned in to watch him do like politics, it feels so weird to come in and be like, you could do better. You know, that's cringe.
Comical if it weren't so serious. I mean, think about your own job. Were you hired because you had beliefs that were sufficiently extreme so as to please your superiors? Or were you hired because you were actually qualified to do the job? Well, Project 2025 doesn't work like that. Actual politics.
Do I love Dan because he's my significant other? No, I am not married to Dan. I am married to Nick. Dan was in YouTube chat. Based. I actually really, really, really appreciate Dan.
Policy recommendations? Congress should prioritize any and all legislative support for the single-family home. Not really shocking at all. And then within the same paragraph, American homeowners and citizens know best what is in the interest of their neighborhoods and communities. But also, a conservative administration should oppose any efforts to weaken single-family zoning.
Hi, Bean. How is the gym? Yeah. Yeah. So oppose any policy against. Hold on, let's just.
But also.
Aiming to weaken.
Parmesan chicken.
Oh fuck yeah! With the veggies? Yeah, I'm so hungry.
I don't. I have some veggies. I guess I can do most of it.
Yeah. Give me a hug. Would you marry Dan if you weren't married to me?
Dan?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Like landlord Dan?
Like friend of the stream Dan. Yeah.
He didn't have tits.
It's 2024.
I'm not gay.
That could be changed. What if he was really pretty?
He was really pretty and had tits. Maybe. I think about it.
Really?
Maybe.
You'd marry
if he
a
had
dude.
tits and if he had tits and a fatty
Gay.
and was very pretty, I'd think about it for sure.
Gay. You like
that's transphobic.
men.
That's transphobic.
You like men.
You're being transphobic.
Nipple.
You're being transphobic.
Stop. I'm on Twitch. You can't show those.
You keep taking them out. Okay.
What? Bye. I love you. Ow! Oh, that hurt. What are you doing?
Getting mad.
All right. I'm switching to the camper chair. My back is tired.
Can you turn the camera so that if I walk by naked, they can't see me in the door?
You guys want to see Nick if he walks by naked, right?
Hey, Jacob was configuring your OBS.
Yeah.
Did I tell you about this?
Did he see your dick?
Yeah, I didn't know. So he had taken control of your computer and had your OBS open, so the camera was on. And because you've changed the angle, they can see the door now. And so I got out of the shower, buck naked, just tromping around. And he's like, I'm on the headset too. And he's like, "Whoa, Nick!"
Did he take a Did he take a screenshot?
No, he's probably blinded.
Why is your dick so white? Why would your dick be blinding people?
Because it's so beautiful.
That's
Move the camera!
No! Keep your pants on. Just don't be fucking naked. I don't know how complicated this is.
I like being naked.
Well, don't be naked while I stream. I don't know what to tell you. Don't do it. Wait, why is Not So Erudite typing in the chat? Who are you? Who speaketh for me? Okay. Nick is definitely a sex object and he loves it, okay? Nick literally loves. I knew it was Sulak. Bad. Bad boy. For those of you who haven't met, Sulak is my new editor. All right. And I'm sitting in this chair now. That's the ball that I usually sit on, by the way. That brown thing. All right.
So a conservative administration should oppose any efforts to weaken single-family zoning. So citizens should decide what's best right up until the moment that they decide on something we don't like. Got it. All right, let's go to the heart of what I want to talk about in Chapter 19, the Department of Transportation. Fair warning, there's going to be a lot of just comically stupid stuff in here, but let's go ahead and start with what I think just might be the headline. The Department of Transportation's discretionary grant-making processes should be abolished, and funding should be focused on formulaic distributions to the states. So,
okay, hold on. He's going to explain that. DOT, Department of Transportation. Hold on. I got to go like this too. Wheat. Now you guys can see my sick abs. Those are just ribs. Okay.
processes should be abolished.
Transportation. Grant making processes should be abolished. And funding should be formulaic distributions to the state. I don't really know what this means, so I don't know whether I'd be opposed to it or not. No idea. Did that one chatter ever join the Discord? No. No, are you kidding me? Keyboard warriors are always. All right.
And funding should be focused on formulaic distributions to the states. So instead of funding DART or Cap Metro or Houston Metro, we're just going to send all the money to TxDOT and let them decide if they want to spend money on anything besides freeway widening projects. It doesn't seem problematic at all. They give two reasons why grants should be abolished. One, because we should really...
He's too sarcastic. I don't know what this means. Grants should be abolished. I think I like this idea. There are certain states such as PA that rely on federal DOT grants at the same time as states like WV that has to cancel projects because the DOT is bankrupt. Okay. Discretionary means they solicit requests and choose which project. I know what discretionary means. Formulaic means... Erd, I cannot believe you just defined the two words in there. I'm not confused about what discretionary means or formulaic means. I'm confused about like how this changes policy that's already, I just don't know how this affects things. I don't know how the system gets shifted by this policy. That's what I'm saying, okay? God, I cannot believe you just defined words. Then what could you be confused about? I don't know why discretionary versus formulaic outrolls would be preferred. And I don't know why not allowing for discretionary grants would be a problem. I can suspect some based on my understanding of like discretionary grants for research. I don't know anything about the Department of Transportation.
Really be moving away from a federal gas tax and toward quote-unquote user charges that affect the decisions of transportation system users. Man, I actually agree with all that, and it's actually exciting to see that Trumpers are totally pro-congestion pricing. Maybe Governor Hochul should read this. Second, if funding must be federal, it would be more efficient for the US Congress to send transportation grants to each of the 50 states and allow each state to purchase the transportation services that it thinks are best, which seems reasonable as long as you don't think about it too much. But the reality is there's a huge mismatch between where the political power is at the state level and where the actual population and economic productivity are, which is our big metro areas. You see this all the time in transportation decision making in every state, whether it's Texas or New York, and federal discretionary grant programs like what we've had under the Biden administration are just one part of rectifying that mismatch. I guess you could argue that there's no federal interest in making sure our cities, which are disproportionately responsible for the economic might of the nation, have appropriate transportation investments, but I've never heard a credible version of that argument. Let's go to a couple other things in this document that are just absolutely crazy making. When they start listing the quote-unquote pressing transportation challenges that
I use Google Docs because it's easier to export to everyone, okay? It is way easier rather than using fucking Obsidian, which lots of people don't know how to use, and I work with normies sometimes, okay? It's just better.
most directly affect average Americans. Number one on the list is the high cost of personal automobiles. Like, that's really what they see as problem one, despite the fact that the high cost
To focus pressing transportation challenges. Okay. Wants project 2025 wants to focus on high cost of personal automobiles. Transforming the department to address varied needs of all Americans more effectively remains essential.
Personal automobiles. Like, that's really what they see as problem one, despite the fact that driving is cheaper in the US than it is in practically any other developed country. And the only reason we spend so much on it is because we have such high vehicle miles traveled per capita, which is because we don't fund other transportation choices.
Driving is cheaper in US than almost anywhere else. Reason it's a problem at all is the distance people have to travel. I don't know if I like this guy.
Than it is in practically any other developed country.
He's got like the classic like liberal smug energy, which is just very like cringe as a liberal who becomes smug. Right? I know my own weaknesses. Okay, it's not good.
And the only reason we spend so much on it is because we have such high vehicle miles traveled per capita, which is because we don't fund other transportation choices. Project 2025 is just full of circular, self-defeating logic like this. The language they have around equity, you know, like acknowledging that transportation benefits and impacts tend not to be distributed in a just way, is pretty atrocious, and the hostility toward the whole concept of carbon emissions is as well. Although
Biden administration by emphasizing the priorities of progressive activists instead of pursuing practical goals. These policies include the focus on equity, a nebulous concept that in practice means awarding grants to a favored identity group, as well as imposing obligations on states concerning carbon dioxide emissions from highway traffic. Areas not encompassed within authorities. Furthermore, the Biden administration... Okay.
Oh, it's not surprising, I guess. Safety. Project 2025 has a completely different conception of what transportation safety is compared to, you know, people who actually study this stuff and know what they're talking about. Like, when torture...
God, the smugness. Oh, God.
Argument they make for why we should be rolling back regulations to make cars less expensive is because we want more people to buy more new cars because newer cars are safer.
Translate into a loss of auto industry jobs for American workers. It will also mean a significant increase in traffic death and injuries. As fewer new cars are purchased, the price of cars will rise, and Americans will be left driving older cars, which traffic statistics show are much safer than newer vehicles.
This is, how do I put this, a very auto manufacturer-centric way of thinking about safety. The trend...
Okay, project 2025 wants new cars being bought. They are more safe. Counter.
Show that the new cars that people buy most often are safer for the people inside the vehicle and a lot less safe for the people outside the vehicle. Another winner. They hate that the Biden administration has embraced the concept of reducing roadway fatalities because it sometimes means slower vehicle speeds.
Furthermore, the Biden administration embrace of the Vision Zero approach to safety means actively seeking congestion for automobiles to reduce speeds. Finally, the administration has sought to use a guidance memo to impose policies not enacted by Congress, most likely to make it harder for growing states to expand highway capacity.
Just in case you're wondering what these people's priorities are. Another area that's a real head scratcher is the whole section on corporate average fuel economy, or
I mean, I agree. It seems a little bit dumb to try to just like handle motor vehicle deaths by increasing congestion, if that's even true.
cafe standards. They're upset because
Not that congestion would decrease speeds, but that Biden's administration is intentionally trying to increase congestion.
the standards the Biden administration put in place are hard to meet for internal combustion engine or ICE vehicles. I mean, this is kind of the point. You want to incentivize auto manufacturers to increase production of electric vehicles so you can meet the overall target. But the Project 2025 folks hate this because history shows people have a clear preference for ICE vehicles. Like, I can't say for sure that this whole section was literally written by an oil derrick, but they definitely get an F for data interpretation. Another thing that's comical is these people are all about devolving federal power down to the state level, right up until the moment California wants to do something even more climate friendly than what federal policy requires. So the section ends with two recommendations. One, reduce fuel economy targets to levels that can be met with ICE vehicles alone because electric vehicles are woke, I guess. And two, revoke California's ability to decide on its own targets because it's California.
Wait, why wouldn't you want California to be able to adjust that more? I don't understand. Would that be like going back to the Republic, like to the states?
Real quick, I just want to point out that I'm focusing on what Project 2025 says, which is mostly pretty important, but it's important to recognize what it doesn't say. Like, there's basically no mention of road safety other than a complaint that addressing it might require cars to go slower sometimes. And there's absolutely no
Of course. I can't go slower. I got shit to do. I got GDP to make. I gotta go to work for 80 hours to abandon my children and forget about their existence entirely. I have to. I need to go. I need to go to work. I need to go and produce GDP and money and use gas. Gotta go fast. My life is flashing before my eyes. It's not because I'm in a car crash. It's because I'm driving so fast and I need to go faster so I don't waste any time, even though having things like Brightline or trains or any other medium of transportation is significantly more effective and more environmentally friendly and more cost effective. And it gives hands-free driving time. But no, fuck it. Drive fast cars, trucks.
mention of passenger rail of any kind at all, which would be a bit of a change in focus from the current administration. Okay, in a minute I'm going to get to what I think are actually the most egregious parts of this, including the somewhat diabolical strategy they have for actually making all this happen. But first, brief reminder to click on all the things. I feel like there's at least a core audience that cares about me just saying what I think, regardless of its impact on the algorithm. You know, in a way, there's nothing all that new in Project 2025. These are people who always want to shrink government, cut regulation, and burn the social safety net to the ground. What I think is different this time, though, is how strategic they're being in how they want to implement all of it, and the level of urgency that's apparent when you read the document. I'm talking about the language around this day one stuff. History teaches that a president's power to implement an agenda is at its apex during the administration's opening days. We are forming agency teams and drafting transition plans to move out upon the president's utterance of "so help me God." Like, you might have heard Trump say he plans to be a dictator on day one and, I don't know, like a super normal dude after that. Probably not a coincidence. It's funny though, I feel like trying to jam a bunch of policy items through in the first 24 hours is kind of another way of saying that if we do it slower and the American people actually see what we're up to, they're not gonna like it. It's really just a bald admission that your ideas are unpopular. And how do they plan to build this apparatus? They need to...
Wait, that's literally not what they say. The very beginning is explicit that they're doing it all at the beginning, because that's when you can have the most political action. They're very explicit in why they're doing it. Here's the most important thing about Project 2025. They don't give a fuck what normal people want. They don't give a fuck. They stand on the graves of working class, as they always do, pretend like they care about them, to make policies that benefit their funders. Automobile lobbyists, hence why there's so much emphasis on that, right? And deregulation, right? Of course, obviously. I'm so tired of it. Normal people like their cars erudite. Oh, is that what we call a steel man of my position or a straw man of my position? Okay? I don't really care if people like their cars. To be clear, people don't like their cars. People like easy transport. That's why people like their cars in the first place, except for the weird guys who are really into cars in the same way that like me, horse girls, are into horses. And just to be clear, I don't want cars outlawed. I just want it so that like, I don't like cars. I would prefer never to have to drive. If I could take a train everywhere and have it be efficient and fast and easy to use, I would just do that. It's just literally better to have hands-free transportation. It's just a car is easier in most of North America, in large part because it's so huge. But it's just like, Project 2025 doesn't care about the working class at all. Nobody does. Nobody cares about the working class. Fundamentally, no one does. Not really. Because on the left, they don't want to have to deal with the fact that the working class that they tend to also care about is by and large going to be more racist, more sexist, and like more all of the things than they'd probably be comfortable with. And a lot of them want things like public school education reform that they'd be very, very opposed to, right? Nobody cares about the working class. Nobody does. What if you got a really long car and at the front, there's a guy that drove you around and you sat in the back hands-free? Yeah, that's true. I could pay even more money for a driver. We have 30 times the time there's no political will for taxes and the 300 years would take to get it built, so you get cars. I understand why cars exist. The problem is that when we put our heads together and just do some good feat of engineering to create some level of transportation that's effective, first of all, actually, shut the fuck up. Go to Vancouver. Tons of people in Vancouver never do anything but take the bus and take the SkyTrain. The idea that it's just impossible to connect like a metropolis is insane. I'll agree that if you live in a small town, you have to have a car. And I don't expect us to have trains that go from like bumfuck nowhere to like the major cities really, really easily. But you know what we could have is very, very, very good public transport in metro areas, and most importantly, do zoning so that people can live nearby where they work, right? So that there are major offices, there's cafes, there's daycares, and there's also residential homes all close by each other so people can bike to work, they can take the train, they can take a bus very, very simply. You just can do this in metropolises. I'm not asking for you to make all of America a bus nation. I'm not asking for that. That's insane. It's just too big. Anybody who lives outside of a city needs to have a car. But I should be able to take my car, go to the edge of Tampa, and then shuttle in, take a SkyTrain into the center of Tampa, and then from there be able to easily move around just like you can in Vancouver. And people who are like, it's just not possible, go to fucking Vancouver. It just is. Just go there. Just go to Vancouver and figure it out.
Do as much damage as possible to the country in 24 hours. This is actually my favorite part. It's the construction of a database of potential partisan hacks that they can install at every level of government. Like, they're just accepting resumes from random incels. Don't know anything about transportation? Doesn't matter. That's not an important qualification. In other words, get ready for DC to be overrun by a whole army of Charlie Kirk wannabes. Okay, I am not done.
God, I hate this guy. Oh my God. Oh.
With US DOT yet, because we still have to talk about transit. Not only is Project 2025 hostile to public transit, they want to change its very definition. There's a whole section where I think they're trying to talk about microtransit, and they're definitely talking about ride hailing, so I'll just paraphrase it because their grasp of the terminology isn't great. Micromobility, ride hailing, and autonomous vehicles can alter the nature of public transit, making it more affordable and flexible for Americans. Unfortunately, DOT now defines public transit only as transit provided by municipal governments. A better definition of public transit would be transit provided for the public rather than transit provided by a public municipality. So public transit just means transportation that the public uses. Seems fine. Can I just say, there isn't a single one of the world's great cities that could ever function adequately without public.
Wait, that's not. Okay, I agree that their definition would be silly, but if it's true that public transit only means public transit that's municipally like provided, then that could be an issue because you could easily have a private industry that creates like a bunch of tram systems or something that you pay to that private industry to get around your city. That's fine. Yeah, public transit could use private partnerships. True. Like this transition is too broad because it doesn't really make any sense. Oh no.
Municipality. So public transit just means transportation that the public uses. Seems fine. Can I just say, there isn't a single one of the world's great cities that could ever function adequately without public transit. Yet Project 2025's utter disdain for transit is palpable throughout Chapter 19. Transit investments mean, quote unquote, throwing good money after bad, so the best course of action would be to remove
because Americans are desperate for alternative means of transportation rather than throwing good money after bad by continuing federal subsidies for transit expansion. There should be a focus on reducing costs that make transit uneconomical. It's also vital to move away from the Highway Trust Fund to prop up mass transit. The fund was driven into insolvency and repeated bailouts through decades of transfers to transit without any increase in transit usage to show for it. With the federal government facing mounting debt, the best course of action would be to remove federal subsidies for transit spending and allowing states and localities to decide whether mass transit is a good investment for them. I'm not opposed to that either.
Federal subsidies for transit spending. It's like these people have no understanding and not even any curiosity about how cities actually work. This isn't anywhere near the darkest stuff in this 900+ page document, but as far as transportation in cities go, it's pretty grim. I do encourage you to read the document if you can stomach it, and I've left a link to the PDF down in the description. You might take a peek at the final section, ominously titled Onward. Really a fitting title because the work of these geniuses never seems to end and just gets progressively worse.
I got it. I can't. I don't even like Project 2025 from my initial exposure to it. But hey, maybe when I read it, I'll like it more. There's only one thing that you can gather from reading Project 2025, which is that the people who wrote it are very smart. They're not informed about every topic that they write about. But as far as like political tacticianry, they're just quite smart. I hate when people are like, these people are idiots because they're not empirically informed on this one topic. It's like, well, it's bad things to not be empirically informed, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. And it's to our greatest bane that liberals and Democrats just keep assuming that Republicans are stupid. Stop doing it. It's actually the most stupid shit ever. And it led to us being like, there's no way Trump could ever get elected, to now where we're like, oh God, it's inevitable. Like, God. Just stop underassuming people. Just stop it. Just stop doing it. All right, you guys want to see something funny? I'm going to break from all this. All right. So, Rolo, friend of the stream, Rolo Tomasi, better known as the Rational Male. He wrote a number of books, you know. We get along so well. The best of friends, truly. The greatest of friends. Very recently, he was embroidered in a large Twitter feud with Gislik. It was a great feud. It was a wonderful, wonderful feud. Okay? Hold on. I'm just going to pull it up for you. It's wild. All I can think is aging as a social media influencer and like not letting go of like your best times. Not good. Just, I hate spelling this dumbass's name. Just spell your name normally. All right.
If you follow Destiny, now's the time to watch him because this is his downfall. This is the end of Destiny right here. And I told Mike this. And Mike was like, "Oh man, he's going to be on CNN tomorrow." I'm like, yeah, for what? For having the meltdown that he's having right now? You got to remember that Destiny, Jasmine Jafar, Farah, Pixie, Not So Erudite, let's see, Philion. I can't remember the rest of these guys.
Who's Philion?
These are people who were political operatives. Their influence was bought by a political action committee that goes by the name Progressive Victory. They are the ones who are out. In fact, I would not be surprised if this Thomas Matthew Cook is not also part of Progressive Victory.
Just so it's super clear, I work as an event coordinator for Progressive Victory. I don't do content for Progressive Victory at all, but like all the canvassing events that they hosted, I coordinated all of that. I get paid a monthly salary because I work for them, but I've always been open about that. In fact, a lot of my stream doesn't like fully jive with necessarily like what PV would want to put out there. I very much so am not bought for my opinion. I am paid for my services. I cannot believe that he just said that Thomas Crooks might have been part of Progressive Victory. All I can imagine is that this guy has literally never been close to anything political before. And this is like the first like political org he's ever heard of or known of. And a whole bunch of people that he hates is part of it. So he's just assumed that we're super, just so it's clear, Progressive Victory. God bless him. You know, I love him, work for him. They are a very, very small company in like the political game. Just to be very clear, okay? Wild.
Is Thomas Matthew Cook is not also part of Progressive Victory. I would not be surprised, or has made donations or has some sort of connection. That's why these guys are twisting in the wind right now, trying to figure out what their narrative is going to be. Because now you took a shot at a formerly standing president, and this is the result of that.
Wait, so he thinks that PV paid the assassination, the guy who attempted the assassination, and that when Trump gets elected, he's going to come after specifically Destiny and PV because he thinks that we paid them off? Crazy. Is this what happens when you age? Is this aging? I don't know. Is this what happens when you're like, you know what? My time is done. I've not been thinking well for the last 20 years. I'm going to, let it be.
The product of you guys and your rhetoric being bought and paid for by political action committees since 2022, since July of 2022. That's at least by my record. Sam Drismala, who is the administrator, the guy that maybe he's the owner or the creator of Progressive Victory.
He's the founder. He's one of the co-founders.
Admittedly started buying left-leaning, progressive-leaning influencers as far back as July of 2022. I'll show you I'll point you guys in the right direction.
It's actually so frustrating when people talk about PV in this way because there are absolutely political orgs that will basically pay people for their opinion. But those political orgs typically target TikTokers. TikTok doesn't have like a culture of like authenticity essentially. And so a lot of TikTokers really genuinely can be essentially paid to spout any message that you want. Not all of them, to be clear. It really varies by the TikToker. But by and large, if you're looking for somebody who's basically saying, I want to pay you to just say whatever we want, they're not coming to streamers because we explicitly don't do that at all. In fact, like so much of our current policy is aimed at protecting streamers that like work with us to basically be like, only do content that naturally comes to you that you already want to do. We're just paying you for the rights to be able to put it on our own channel and promote it to like media and stuff like that. That's essentially what's going on. So it's like actually wild. This is like, he just doesn't know though. He doesn't know. And I'm not going to name them because he's going to watch this later and be like, wait, that group? But it's really hard to do with streamers because streamers are on lives for like 4 to 5 hours at a time. It's really hard to buy out somebody's opinion for 4 to 5 hours straight. They're usually going to drop message. And by and large, the streaming community really, really hates that shit. So most streamers that get popular, just like it's against their own values. Can hold with such a wide coalition. Is there any problem with infighting at PV? No, not that I'm aware of. This isn't like a PV PR moment, guys.
As far as the documentary is concerned, that is now all of the shit has been coming out in the last like month or so, and no one is banging a gong about this except for me. And Destiny is one of the higher ups. He's one of the he's like the feather in the cap of fucking Progressive Victory.
He doesn't even, I don't think we've ever paid him anything. In fact, he's just helped us fundraise for a canvassing event.
So if you are a Trump supporter and you had this kid, this high functioning autistic kid on your show, you are complicit in what happened yesterday to some degree because you gave the motherfucker a platform.
Oh my God. God, when conservatives become anti-platformers. Deplatform, deplatform. I hate this rhetoric. The only reason it happened is because Biden was calling him a Nazi. It's like, you want to know why all of this shit has happened? Because social media got imbibed with political advocacy, and it has led to a greater division than we've ever seen in North America and kind of globally, literally ever. And the problem is that algorithms reinforce bad faith and basically like extremist statements. That's what trends really well, because if it bleeds, it leads. The reality is that everyone wants to stare at a train wreck, right? Everyone wants to see like the kids fighting out back. They just like don't want to be the ones fighting. That's the problem. There's no like secret person behind all of this being like, woo, 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 woo. It's not the Democrats. It's not the Republicans. It's that everyone is doing this, and people are not policing their own. Now, to be clear, I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Liberals police their own way better right now than conservatives are. I do not see enough conservatives calling out the absolute bullshit that is coming out of the RNC. Whereas I do see liberals constantly course correcting themselves, constantly telling themselves that they're being incorrect, constantly kicking out people like Hassan and saying like, not part of us, not interested. I will give conservatives points. They absolutely kicked out the Nazis. They said, fuck those people. But the reality is that like this whole Trump like thing is just unprecedented. And it is reinforced by social media. It's why you see the Dems increasingly being inflammatory. It's why you saw like the absolute Trump derangement syndrome that occurred in 2016, because all of culture had been moving left, and then all of a sudden the most salacious claims about Trump is what got everyone most interested. Again, it's not like this like insidious, nasty thing. It's these like echo chambers pulling further and further away from each other's realities. And the problem is that the most outlandish thing in the echo chamber gets the most eyes, and then people in that echo chamber think that that's what's normal when it's not. And they're just never talking to the other side, which is why it's so annoying to listen to like, God, listening to Republicans describe a liberal perspective can be the most painful thing in the world. They're like, oh yeah, classic liberals. They're just like, I'm better than everyone else and I want your kids to be trans. And it's like, that's not the typical liberal position at all. That's just not how this works. There are members of Congress that didn't endorse Trump at least. I know. But the problem is that they get no love, they get no praise, and their seats are at like massive threat.
Looking into his background, because all you saw was just...
You're doing the same thing to them. Just so it's clear, I'm not being a middle of the fencer here. The RNC is being worse. I just will also acknowledge where the Democrats have gone wrong. Don't hear me doing an olive branch as agreeing that things are equal. Things are not equal. The RNC, the fact that Trump is a leader and the behaviors that you guys allow like Marjorie Greene Taylor, Lauren Boebert to get away with is fucking wild, particularly according to your own espoused values. You are betraying your own espoused values as a conservative like 90% of the time. Whereas the Democrats' biggest issue, I will fully admit, is falling into like basically woke culture mob and canceling everyone really, really bad, and allowing like PC correctness and stuff to like take over, also really, really bad, and being really disconnected from like common people. Do you think independent and centrist, blah, 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 blah? That's totally true. I was just putting out to a tiny light of optimism in the light of Trump from the right. I mean, my optimism from Trump from the right is that I don't believe that he'll like be successful in getting 2/3 of the House or Senate. So I don't actually see him becoming a dictator in the next 4 years. What I am concerned about is him, more so SCOTUS, continuing to roll back balances of power in a way that like undermines democratic power. And we have a dictator in like 10 years. That's what I'm worried about.
Clout in the eyes, man. Clout. Oh, we're going to get so much more viewers if we have this guy on there. No, you're not. Because now look where we're at. And people are, no one's going to.
Isn't being spineless worse than being inconsistent? being a coward is not. So like if the liberal side, if we're saying is like cowardly, they like cowed to the PC mob. I don't think that's worse than being a hypocrite. You're kind of just like picking your vice now, like which one's more bearable. And the problem is that they're hypocrites and they're violent about it. That's what's an issue.
Going to care about this in another month. No one's going to care about this by the end of August. But I'm bringing this up now. When you give these guys that kind of.
But to be clear, there's a reason why most Republicans like Trump over the Democrats, because the Democrats have always kind of had like the we're better than you perspective, right? Which is not good. It's a very big distaste for the average working man. It's very annoying.
Anyway, when you give them that, I mean, you give them a huge.
Inconsistencies can be fixed. Hypocrisy is very hard to fix, and also so can cowardice. What do you mean? And increasingly, there's a large liberal movement that's starting up amongst like 30-year-old liberals that are very, very, very anti-cowardice within the Liberal Party. Like that is just occurring. So like both of these things can be course corrected.
Huge audience like that.
The problem is that only one party seems to be okay with betraying what the Constitution and what democracy is. And that's the RNC. They're okay with the fact that Trump actively, willfully, and knowingly wanted to try to betray the Constitution. He wanted to do whatever it took to get him to win. And that's bad. That's anti-constitutional. And that's the concern. That's why, like, the reality is like, we got to hold everyone to the same standard. And the Democrats have not been trying to actively undo the democratic system for, like, to establish basically an authoritarian regime. They're just not doing that. They're being like, Democrats are being like, we're better than you and we know better because we're educated. The problem is they're probably right about like 60% of the time. But when they're wrong, they're really wrong and they'll never admit that they're wrong.
That, without looking into their background and not without looking at what they were and what they're doing, you say, well, we want to have a lively conversation. We want to have free debate and open debate. They don't want to have.
Conservatives never liked the Constitution. Let's be real here. They said they did in the last 60 years.
Have open debate. They want to get out there and they want to influence. That's what they wanted to do. And quite honestly,
it's been the game for years. The Dems just took the opportunity to weaponize it. They've both taken the opportunity to weaponize it. Don't at me. Reagan did tons of fucked up shit. Tons of fucked up shit.
Honestly, they would rather you not exist. I'm not going to say the word, but that's the solution. The solution for them is for you to be erased, whether that's canceling or whatever else. You know what I'm talking about. Whether you're being canceled, whatever it is, cancel culture this, cancel culture that, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so anyways, is the rationale now okay? He believes that Destiny inspired the shooter and that the shooter was a member of Progressive Victory. This may be the most unhinged. So anyways, Rolo accidentally showed his alt account. So Rolo replied, GFY, you ran, you pussy. So this guy just keeps asking, the ZZ guy, hold on, sorry, it's scrolling so fast. This guy just keeps asking, why are you dodging Jislik? Why are you dodging Jislik? Because basically he refused to come and talk to Jislik and give Jislik the juicy, juicy content that he wanted, okay? Why are you dodging? He just keeps hounding him. Why are you dodging? Why are you dodging? Why are you dodging? Okay. So we've established that this guy bothers him a lot. So finally, no one enforces gender roles. Humans innately adopt them. Gender roles are downstream from biology. Why are you dodging? Who the ever-loving fuck is Jislik? The guy you're currently dodging. Feel free to hop on stream to explain this take to us, enlightened one, okay? Successful guys equals guys who don't give a fuck. Successful guy equals guys who don't dodge Jislik. Loser and cowardly guy who dodges Jislik in spite of being on X all day, usually named Rolo. And then Seattle Sports Junkie responds, first mistake is thinking I'm on X all day. Second is thinking I'm dodging anything. Third mistake is thinking I take any of this seriously. So this is Rolo responding on his alt. Okay? Did you mean to reply with your alt? This post was deleted by the post author. And then he insta-blocks the guy who's been hounding him. Now he's responding to himself. This right here, in general terms, women do not care about looks as much as men think they do. By comparison with men, you are correct. That said, women are far more fixated on a man's look. So now you're talking to yourself on your alt and still dodging Gislick. This account was also spamming him, but this is the first time it mentioned the alt account. Rolo also blocked this account for noticing his alt. I wonder what he's got going on to say here. Hold on. Krieger, can I show these on stream? So here is what the alt is getting up to. What is Rolo getting up to when he thinks nobody is looking? All right, and nobody knows. Let's see. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. Why hide it? Own it? Their move. Okay? Seems pro KKK. Again, Reverend Ray Sisman. Apparently he really hates Reverend Ray Sisman. White history always repeats itself. With a fist in the air and Trump. Oh my God. Hold on. We got to pause this. Here are some of his posts that just say the N-word. Okay, so right history always repeats itself. I'm failing to see how this is bad. Remember, this is Rolo's alt account. Here's his alt account just saying the N-word. Just casually, just everywhere, all over the place. Just really loves it, sitting hard on it. Move on, just everywhere, May 27th, May 25th. Hold on, we got to X off some of these things. They're taking up so much space. There's more than I'm showing you. I'm just not going to go through all of it. Hold on, we're trying to load the rest. We thinking. Oh my gosh. There's an iShow speed. Let's just go to his account. Let's see what Seattle. Wouldn't it be funny if this account had me blocked too? I've never seen it before, so. Nigel 1804151. This is why you should never trust any of these accounts. 1801584. Was that what it was? Like a Rolo Tomasi comes up first. Nigel 1804151. I just made up a bunch of numbers, I think. Replies. Fuck you. Replies. I honestly don't grasp why anyone. And after I asked liberal sign. Okay. Sensitive skinned bitch. Apparently he just lets all his rage out here. Frauds until we make World Series. For a beta male. This is very much his language. Have we loaded in yet? Okay. I still don't understand how this idiot became famous. He's only famous on a plantation. Remember, this is Rolo Tomasi's alt. Jeez. Crazy. This is so big. I actually can't even load half of it. 5 straight losses, terrible offense. Offense, another problem. Just the opposite. You are alone. Notice it, own it, live it. Don't insult gorillas. At your local auction. He's not actually. Watching Edward the Zoo is just one of many. Oh my God. Own it, their move. They need a plantation to pick some cotton. Oh my gosh, Rolo is fucking unhinged. I wonder if his black viewers are aware of this. If you're a watcher of Rolo Tomasi and you're a person of color, are you aware that his alt thinks that apparently just any 2024 black rapper or singer needs a plantation? This is crazy. Oh, I'm going to go on a bender. Alpha qualities, classic. Sun's out, buns out, beautiful. No shot. Oh man. Of course he's gooning over an ass. Oh, I'm not surprised. Holy. Are you weak and an incel? The answer is yes. Damn, using incel. This gorilla is my goat. A peasant is above a slave. Oh my God. Rolo needs to fess up. And for those who are tuning just in, we have definitive concrete proof that Rolo is this account because he was in a fight with this guy who was bugging him to debate Jeslick, and he accidentally responded on his alt. Sex vessel, guy who doesn't dodge just like coward who dodges just like in spite of being on X, usually named Rolo. First mistake is thinking I'm on X all day. I am, as in Rolo is. You know he's going to claim it's not him, but it is because he goes on to delete this and then blocks everyone who says that it's his alt. Oh my God, look at it. It's so bad. What does being black have to do with that? Slave status. He's almost famous on a plantation. Holy fucking shit. Oh my God, this is so bad. Monkey's gonna monkey. Gorilla gonna gorilla. Don't insult gorillas. They are good for your entertainment at your local auction. Oh my God. I don't like to comment on petty, but how did I show speed really just scare a man's baby on purpose? Oh my God, this is so stupid. People caring about this. Black ribbon close to being brown. You're just showing how much of an easy target brain machine. Blah, blah, blah. I don't see what color you are. Shoot your best shot. It's not on here. You already have your best. Oh my gosh. What do you want? Oh my gosh. I can't say any of this shit on stream. All right, boys, you know what time it is. Well, I'm gonna be tuning off, but if you want to catch me on Twitter, I'll be blowing this the fuck up. Let's go. All right. We gotta go quick though, or he's gonna block me. Oh, it's the rational man. Am I already blocked? Wait, did he already block? No shot. It's maybe the rational. Am I blocked already? He unblocked me a while ago. Oh, it's going to be so funny if you block me already. And so who cares? His thousands of people of color that watch him? What do you mean? When did he block me? I just started covering this. Holy shit. It's probably because I teased it like an hour ago. Towards the end, he asked Canada for sex. Holy shit. Well, if we can't get him, super weird how Rolo Tomasi's alt is posting such wildly racist shit at Myron. All right, gotta go back up. Gotta prove it. Proof first. Tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar. Thank you, Krieger. I'll shout you out. Don't worry. Okay. Is that 3? I think I can get one more in there. Uh-oh, Rolo is in trouble. Uh-oh, stinky. Naughty, naughty. So weird. I cannot believe he didn't delete this. He's so stupid. Hold on. We're just gonna go through here. Fuck, we went on the wrong one. Hold on, let's go back to this guy. Go to this. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Very bad, very bad. You know, I love the this one's pretty wild. Bro, is that the meta? Is to have alt? This is why I would never have an alt. There's no way I could coordinate enough to remember to like swap between them. If I had an alt, I'd probably out myself within like a day or two. Boop, boop, boop. Shout out to @Krieger. Actually, I don't know if he wants it. Okay, I'll just wait. I'm pretty sure that I gave the wrong Molden. Fuck! Shit, fuck, hold on. Fuck, I did the wrong fucking Myron. Hold on, we gotta edit it. Fuck, son of a bitch, cunt. It's all right. Oh no! Oh, I can't edit it yet anymore. Fuck me! Oh my god, I need to redo all of this shit. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. We're doing it again. What is his name? So weird. Rolo is posting. So weird to see Rolo actual positions when he's hiding behind an alt. Which one is it? It is the wrong Myron. How do I tag the right Myron? Fucking people need to have a more self-evident tag, okay? Just saying. I'm just kidding. It's my fault. Unplug fit. Okay. See? All right, we're fixing this. It's so hot in here. Nick, can you turn down the AC? It's so hot in here. Oh. This is taking way too much time. Tomorrow, bet your bottom dollar. Boop, boop, boop. What if he just thinks that this guy who's posting against him is my alt? Oh my god, this is crazy. I know this is not very interesting stream content, but holy shit. Oh, okay, view. See, it says I have an hour to edit, but then I couldn't edit the last post. I'm probably just dumb. Weird comments. This is so cringe. Mm-mm-mm. Actual wild shit. I can't believe he's saying this. Why? Like, why? God. All right, good job, guys. Way to. The funny thing is, I guarantee you, if Rolo covers this at all, he's just gonna focus on me tagging the wrong Myron at first. Like, that's it. Also, I'm not telling you guys to go and like and boost my stuff. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna spam the fuck out of him while I can. That is crazy. All right. With that, I think I'm gonna head off. I've got some work to do tonight. I'm starving. Is that Rolo's alt? That's Rolo's alt. This is all Rolo's alt. He was fighting with this guy, Rolo was, and then he was on his alt and responded like he was Rolo. And then the moment that he called him out for being on an alt, he was insta-blocked. Crazy. Holy. All right. Well, that's all for today, folks. I'm going to go eat. Big hugs, big kisses. Think well. Krieger, let me know if you mind having the shout out on the Twitter. If not, I just won't tag you. And, I will see you guys another day. I don't know when, but soon. And be well. Enjoy your evening. If you enjoy my streams, don't forget to become a member, become a Prime member. My new editor has been killing it. We've been releasing tons of content, and there will be additional content as well on the Patreon, and I'm probably going to start doing early access on the Patreon as well. And I do want to do some more like Rhetoric, like 5 to 10 minute videos if I can, because they're super fun, but I don't know when that'll happen, so don't expect a timeline. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy anything else or whatever we go off to.